Gloria Gonzalez de Lucchia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Sade Fashakun,
Here.
Francesca Romans,
Here.
Paul Gauthier.
Here.
It is 6:16 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We're going to go ahead and start with our student pledge. If you want to come on up, and everyone forgive me because I am going to say her name the way it should be said. It is my pleasure to welcome Sangeeta Antiakula to the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School to lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Antiakula is a 9th grade student at Rouse High School and an active member of the Lone Star Company's academic and color guard teams. Cadet Antiakula takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt-A-Road cleanups. She competed in NJRTC's Area 18 Brain Brawl competition where her team won first place. Yay! Cadet Antiakula is a dedicated model citizen who has volunteered over 20 hours of community service already. Her commitment to sharp service, personal appearance, and exemplary conduct earned her the Cadet in the Spotlight designation for October of 2024. Cadet Antiakula's actions reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, Rouse High School, and Leander ISD. Well done, and thank you, Cadet.
Please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated.
If we can, please give Cadet Antiakula one more round of applause. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I know a lot of people are like, where's Dr. Gearing? So I'm going to go ahead and say that tonight is senior night at Vista Ridge High School. And our parents have the pleasure of walking across the field with their senior students. And our superintendent son he is a senior, and we thought it was really important for Dr. Gearing to be able to take part in that special moment with his son and his wife. So he's walking him across the field and then coming right over here. But in the meantime, we have the wonderful Dr. Sarah Grissom to lead us. So I thought I should probably tell people. They're like, what's going on? Do we need to know? So that's what's going on. And next we're going to go ahead and move on to our favorite part of our board agenda, and this is our Spotlight on Learning. We are really excited to hear from Cedar Park Middle School. So come on up, lovebirds.
Board of Trustees and Dr. Grissom. It is our pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you so much for inviting us. Tonight we are going to be showcasing empowered student learning, and one of the many ways that we do that at Cedar Park Middle School is through our electives. So you're going to get to hear from several of our student representatives from a few of our electives, which also serve as a direct pipeline to our high school. All of these electives are in some way, shape, or form represented at Cedar Park High School. And then the other part is that we are just super excited to have our students here. I mean, their pride and excitement, I think, in itself shows student empowerment. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Casey Selkin to introduce you to our first student panel.
Hi, good evening. My name is Casey Selkin. I'm the 6th grade assistant principal at Cedar Park Middle School, and I'm so excited to be showing off our kiddos tonight and all of their hard work. Tonight on our panel, we have 6th grade STEM, and we also have our cheerleading program. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
Hello, my name is Cole Stanley. I am in the 6th grade at Cedar Park Middle School. My very favorite elective is exploring STEM. I chose this elective because I hoped it would allow me to use critical and creative thinking when innovating solutions to problems. This class has gone above and beyond those hopes by providing tools and methodologies that have solidified and even increased my interest in engineering. I have always been fascinated by the electronic and architectural world, but thanks to this class, my eyes have been opened to the numerous possibilities a career in this field might offer. Who knows? After learning to create a bionic arm, I might end up being the guy creating all kinds of bionic body parts one day. I go to school each day excited for 8th period STEM class, and I bet I will leave the 6th grade feeling passionate, equipped, and ready to face many more challenges because of my experience and growth through exploring STEM.
Hello, my name is Harper Montano, and I'm in the 6th grade exploring STEM at CPMS. I like STEM because you get to be in teams and work with different people. We change teams for each challenge. You also get to learn so much stuff in fun ways. Like once we did a project where someone could not move their hands, so we had to make something that he could use to pick up a water bottle with. Each week we do POW, Problem of the Week, and each day we try to solve it. The first day we think by ourselves, the second and third days we get partners, and the third day we get hints as well. We also do mental math where we solve problems without paper. Ms. Childress says it works a different part of our brain and helps your thinking. We use 6 steps in the engineering design process. For each challenge, ask, imagine, plan, create, test and improve, and share. We also have a guest speaker who shows us how thinking, solving problems, and working with people are important in the future. I think all students should be in STEM. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Haley and I'm a part of the CPMS cheer squad. Being captain allows me to not only use my leadership skills in cheer class, but also to be a leader around campus. Our squad works together as a team to uplift each other and everyone on our campus. As a leader, I strive to collaborate not just with my leadership team, but the squad as a whole to reach our goals.
Hi everybody, my name is Georgia Horn and I'm one of the cheer co-captains at CPMS. In cheer, we run into obstacles all the time. Whether stunts aren't working or there's a spacing issue, we have to communicate. We have to work together and find a solution, which takes time. As a part of leadership, I had to understand that it's important to keep an open mind and communicate with my teammates to achieve a result that benefits us as a whole, as well as leads us to success when working on our own personal goals. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank y'all. 2 very hard-working groups at Cedar Park Middle School, I will tell y'all. My name is Ryan Fouché. I'm the 7th grade assistant principal at Cedar Park Middle School, and we've got 2 more awesome groups for y'all today. We have with us dance, and we have multimedia that will speak with y'all now.
Hello, my name is Abby Solomon. I've been a part of the CPMS dance program for 3 years, and I am the head captain of the Cedar Park Middle School dance team, the Crimson Cadets. Being a part of the CPMS dance community has taught me many things, including teamwork and self-expression. I can't think of a better way to express myself than through my passion for dance. Dance gives me the experience of choreographing my own dances with others and finding creative ways to express the meaning and joys of the art. Throughout the year, any member of the CPMS dance community gets so many opportunities to work and improve with others, such as recreating a music video, Broadway dance, or any project that would include teamwork and dance combined. One thing that has changed about me over time would be working to collaborate with a team. In 6th grade, I would find it nerve-wracking to have to interact and collaborate with others. But after 3 years of nonstop collaboration, I feel very confident in that specific skill when leading my team. When working with my team, we give and receive feedback all the time. Whether I am teaching or answering questions, I always have to be clear. That way the team always knows the details of what they have to do. All the officers on cadets must learn to work together to create the best environment for our team. In cadets, we do many dances throughout the year, from a hyped-up pom routine to an emotional modern dance. The range and style of these dances gives everyone a chance to express themselves in a different way. Ultimately, we learn so much about each other and become a family. Thanks to the Cedar Park Middle School dance community, especially Miss Vaughn, I have grown and learned so much. Thank you for taking your time to listen about the CPMS dance community and enjoy the rest of your week.
Hello, my name is Lachlan Rains.
My name is Jackson Gerardo.
And my name is Talia Alderman.
We are all current multimedia students at CPMS, and we are so excited to tell you about our program.
In this class, we practice being adaptable by learning new media skills and applying them to the projects we create in class. We also work together every week to create announcements that will entertain our peers and keep them up to date on what's happening on campus. We are constantly thinking of new ways to keep the school engaged and make our announcements enjoyable to watch.
We reflect on what we have learned by grading ourselves at the end of every week. We evaluate how well we manage our time, work with others, and the overall effort we put into making our projects the best they can be.
With every project we create, we always receive feedback from our peers on our completed work and apply their suggestions so that we are always improving. Our goal is to become the best content creators and storytellers we can be.
This course allows us to pursue our interests and passions and teaches us valuable life skills like teamwork, organization, and motivation.
Thank you so much for your time and for allowing us to share a bit about CPMS Multimedia.
All right, up next, I'm Olga Angelo Day. I'm the 8th grade assistant principal at Cedar Park Middle School, and it is my great pleasure to introduce you to some of our theater students. If you've ever had the pleasure to see a Cedar Park Middle School theater production, they are outstanding and student-led, so I'm going to let them speak about their program.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alicia Iron. I serve as the Cedar Park Middle School's Junior Thespian Troupe President.
My name is Varun Tiwari, and I'm also one of the troupe's co-vice presidents. And the students with us are the 24-25 thespian officers.
Being involved in the theater community has brought us up to be compassionate community contributors. In theater, we get to portray many characters.
We take time to analyze characters and understand them, which gives us the ability to understand people and contribute to change.
Our wonderful directors, Ms. Bauer and Ms. Coe, have taught us that many concepts from theater can be applied to the real world. If you see an issue, take a moment to see how you can help out and fix said problem.
And that's just one example of the life skills we learn in theater. We also learn about dedication just by showing up to rehearsals every day, confidence by trying out a new scene or prompt outside of our comfort zone, critical thinking when figuring out how to design the world of a show, responsibility by learning your lines and keeping track of props, and respect by learning to work together with new people with different backgrounds as we come together to create an art and do what we love.
One of our strengths of our theater community is that we are all involved in a variety of electives at CPMS. For example, This group alone is involved in varsity choir, symphonic band, Crimson Cadets, NJHS, competitive sports, color guard, and advanced art in addition to theater.
Being involved in all of these different activities helps us contribute to diverse perspectives to our theater classes and productions, which only makes our theater community stronger.
We don't just contribute to our school community, we also do things outside of middle school and bring the fun of theater to the elementary schools.
Every year, the advanced theater students do an event called Page to Stage, during which we collect short stories from some of the feeder elementary schools, adapt them into short plays, and present them to the elementary schoolers. This lets us bring the joy of theater to many different kids who never would have thought about doing theater before.
As thespian officers, we have the opportunity to be leaders in the theater community, and we work together to continue improving our already amazing department.
All in all, theater has helped us contribute to and improve the Cedar Park community while also improving ourselves.
Thank you all so much for your support.
As you can see, we have so much to be proud of at Cedar Park Middle School. Not only do our electives connect our kids to school, they connect our kids to the community and beyond, and I'm just so proud to be their principal. We just have one more thing and then we'll be done. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. Go Leopards!
We're gonna take a group photo, and I'll tell you, Cedar Park Middle School, y'all really made this you brought it, This was fabulous. Thank you so much. And so also, before we take our photo, all the parents that came here tonight, let's give them a hand. All the teachers and educators that are here tonight. We know we have amazing students, and we know that all of this isn't possible without our amazing educators and families and parents that are supporting. So thank you. Okay, that was a fabulous spotlight on learning and a whole lot of fun. So thank you to Cedar Park Middle School for really bringing it. And now we're going to move over to our video recognitions and watch a video highlighting all of our wonderful students and staff.
Welcome back. Time sure does fly. We're already at the halfway point of the fall semester. My name is Akshita, and I'm in grade 8 at Cedar Park Middle School.
I'm Johnny, and I'm in grade 8 in Cedar Park Middle School. Sit back, relax, and let us tell you how great our one LISD community is, as if you didn't already know. Perfection is a hard thing to achieve, not unless you're this Vandergrift student.
Yiming Peng earned a perfect score on his ACT test. Less than 1% of students achieve this every year. He also is a band section leader and loves to tinker around with robotics. This talented Viper says that practice, persistence, and support from his teachers are the keys to his success. Your dedication to your education is truly inspiring. Our academic praise doesn't end there. The semifinalists for the 2025 National Merit Scholarship Program have been announced, and boy, did we come out shining.
5 of our high schools had students make the list. 11 from Vista Ridge, 17 from Vandergrift, 3 from Rouse, 2 from Cedar Park, and 1 from Leander. Finalists will be announced in early February. In the meantime, please continue to support our students for this amazing accomplishment. Our education wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for Leander ISD's amazing financial department.
LISD earned a Superior Achievement Rating. This comes from the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas and is the highest possible rating and shows how our district holds itself accountable when it comes to managing our financial resources. Congratulations on your amazing accomplishment and for always putting our education needs first. You know, Johnny, the food at our school is so good that I can never get enough.
Same here. It's all thanks to our amazing child nutrition service workers in the cafeteria. Shout out to all the CPMS cafeteria workers. We're not the only ones who want to show our appreciation. Students and teachers over at Reagan Elementary want to share some kind words for the CNS Appreciation Week.
Thank you, CNS. We appreciate everything you do to keep our kids safe and healthy.
I am so thankful for the cafeteria ladies because my favorite food is sun butter and jelly, and they provided for me for almost 2 years without no complaints.
Thank you for the amazing food.
The orange chicken is my favorite. It's so good. It's amazing.
We are so grateful for all of our CNS people. The work that they do every day is so incredible. Feeding, preparing, and serving all of our kids is just such an awesome task. And then in between all of that, they get those spaces clean from the next group. That is such an amazing task to take care of every single day. It's such an important part of our day, and we're so thankful for all the work that you do. Thanks.
Thank you to all our CNS workers, and we appreciate everything you do.
Who else do you want to give a shout out to? There has to be other people that we can show appreciation to.
There is. We also want to celebrate National School Bus Safety Week and thank everyone in transportation for getting us to and from school. I would say my favorite bus driver is Miss Lily. The students and teachers over at Camacho Elementary also want to celebrate the special week.
Happy School Bus Safety Week. Me and my classmates want to thank all the school bus drivers for keeping us safe.
Transportation is always going to have a special place for me. My mom is currently a bus driver, and when I was a kid here at Leander ISD, she was a bus driver then as well.
Thank you for my school bus driver for getting me to school safely.
I just want to thank all the bus drivers for always keeping our Camacho students safe and protected. We just want to thank you for everything that you do.
It's a classroom that moves. We do our best here at Camacho to show them every day exactly how important they are to us and our children. It is one of his favorite things about the day is getting to ride the bus.
Thank you, Miss Cap, for being my safe bus driver and keeping me safe whenever I'm sad and got hurt.
Thank you guys for everything you do for us. You don't get enough thank yous.
Wow, it's amazing to see all that we've accomplished together. That's what happens when you're part of one community.
One family.
One LISD.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move over to our, next we're moving over to citizen comments portion of the agenda. And before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we're going to watch a short video.
Hello, my name is Mira, and I'm an 8th grader at Cedar Park Middle School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is the dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes that the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in the board operating procedures in the BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set while presenting complex information. Remember that school children of any age may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, or just tell them you want to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer, and focus on your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, we're going to start with speaker number 1. Please come to the podium.
Hi there, my name is Awais, and I'm here tonight to speak about the need to build elementary school 31 and 32 concurrently. I know the district wants to be data-driven, and tonight you're going to see a lot of data from PASA. There's an updated demographic report, and in that you're going to see a couple of things. One, that Treviso has almost 1,100 homes to be built. We're the largest site in all of the district where homes are to be built. And with that comes lots of families and a need to actually build more schools. I brought my kids tonight because by the time they're ready to go to elementary school in 2028, C.C. Mason will be at 123% capacity. By 2034, it will be at 149% capacity. Their middle school will be at 118% capacity by 2028. That is not okay. I'm here to have you look at the data. Let us be data-driven and potentially look at alternative solutions to potentially build an innovative K-8 academy within Treviso to relieve the overcrowding at the middle and elementary school levels. You might hear an alternative narrative that in order to build the Treviso school that we have to shut down 3 other schools in the community elsewhere. That's a false narrative. I think it's being done to drive fear and pit neighbor against neighbor. Don't let that persuade you. Don't let fear drive your decisions. Be, in fact, data-driven. Look at the PASA data tonight, and you'll see that there's an acute and urgent need to build the school in Treviso now. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Good evening, members of the school board, faculty, parents, and community members. My name is Dinesh Boinpalli. I live in Treviso community in Leander. I think I stand here today to request the board to take up the construction of LISD school number 32 in Treviso community that will serve the families in our area to provide them the right education and access to the elementary school, or the concept would be picked up by the LISD board, but it would give them a safer environment to travel to the school. Currently, they wake up pretty early in the morning. I have 2 small kids, 5 and 6-year-old. They have to wake up every day at 6, struggle to wake up. A long commute, and they are like the first pickup and last drop-off in the current world. So they have to leave early, come back home late. So it impacts their lifestyle. So they don't want to be waking up in the morning. At the same time, they don't want to be going bed too early to wake up early in the morning the next day. And there are many children in the neighborhood that are in that zone. And it only going to improve in that fashion with about close to 2,000 homes existing and another 1,000 homes being built. The need for a school is essential. And one of the comments that was made at the presentation in the past, like one community, one family, one LISD, we are the youngest community in LISD district, which is big. we feel ignored sometimes with this not being happening from so long. And we feel that board would take the right action, and we also would appreciate the support from older communities at some point where they got their school with the support of other groups. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Next, speaker number 3.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Trustee Christine for a long, wonderful service. I'm sorry to see you leave the Board of Trustees. I understand why you made that decision, but you've done an incredible job for all of LISD, and your service will be missed. Hopefully, the LISD voters will select a suitable person for your place that will carry on your work for our kids and for public education. But that is part of what's going on right now. We are in the middle of election season. You can go and early vote tomorrow, this weekend, next week. I was very sad to see that we lost an incredible Leander City Council person by just 4 or 5 votes. And that's how important every vote is. We have some people that are running for re-election. I hope that you'll support those candidates. We have another person that is running for his first election that has already been volunteering and active in LISD. I hope you'll support that person. We're at a breaking point in public education. Some people want to ban books. They want to have vouchers. They want to do all types of terrible things. America needs public education. Please vote wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 3. That concludes our citizen comments for this evening. And next, we're going to move over to the consent agenda items. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
Francesca makes a motion, Anna seconds. All those in favor? 7 vote yes. Consent agenda passes. And next, we're going to change the order of some items. And so we're going to move over to 8A2, which is the discussion of global languages and cultural annual update.
Good evening, Madam President and Board, and Dr. Grissom. I was so nervous I was going to say Dr. Gehring out of habit tonight, and I didn't. So we are here to give, Tina is here to give the Global Languages and Cultures Annual Update, which is the purpose of tonight's presentation. This is a requirement of Chapter 89 of the Texas Education Code, and so she'll be providing you with a great overview. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to her. You want me to click?
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be able to share with you data and the events that have surrounded the past year for our emergent bilingual student population. It is as it is each year. The first portion that we're going to take a look at is our continuation of increasing growth of our beautifully diverse student population. Our students that comprise our emergent bilingual student data make up almost 7,000, approaching closely to 7,000 students in the district. You'll see the continuous growth since 2019, where our students are comprising 16% and growing of our total student population. The yellow portion at the top of this graph signifies the students who met reclassification for emergent bilingual status, meaning they have met all of the qualifications in order to be reclassified. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that and a few slides forward as why we saw so much growth. And in the state of Texas as well, there were a few changes that we're going to look at. This is a very compelling data slide that shows the growth of our earliest learners in Leander ISD, our 3 and 4-year-olds. In 2019, 2020, you'll see that we had 158 students and 40%, representing 40% of the total early childhood enrollment, students who had enrolled but with the qualification of early emergent bilingual. You'll see that 7 out of 10 little ones who walk through our Leander ISD doors for early childhood are qualifying as emergent bilingual students. That's very compelling and exciting data. It also gives us a very good look at what that journey will look like for the next 12 years for students in the district. It gives us good insight into what staffing looks like, what the programs look like for our students, specifically for emergent bilingual students, and gets us very excited about the journey ahead for our emergent bilingual student population and our multilingual families in Leander. Each summer, there's a required summer program through TEA, and that required summer program is 120 hours of enrichment. So students who participate are students who are qualifying emergent bilingual students who were in pre-kindergarten that year or kindergarten and are moving into kinder and first. The curriculum for this time together is a glance to the year to come. So we utilize the curriculum for our pre-kindergarten students for their incoming kindergarten. So these are not remedial opportunities. These are challenging and enriching opportunities where students are accessing the curriculum for the upcoming year, along with actively continuing their linguistic growth over the summer. You'll see that we had 325 4 and 5-year-olds access this opportunity. You'll see our students on either side surrounding our absolutely phenomenal emergent bilingual staff, both English as a second language staff and dual language staff who commit that month of June to provide these enriching opportunities. In fact, this summer, they also committed to 2 Saturdays to provide family opportunities for our earliest learners in the district. This is my favorite slide. And I know there's a lot on it, but it really does give a beautiful look at where that growth is happening in the district. You'll see that Spanish, which as I know you're very aware, we have a Spanish dual language program. Spanish is still our #1 language spoken other than English within our emergent bilingual student population. But Telugu is beautifully compelling at 854 students district-wide in Leander. And you'll see there's significant growth from years previous where I've shared the data and the growth. Looking at that data really gives us inspiration as to what those academic and linguistic journeys will look like for our students in our system. Okay, last year when we visited, I shared that each year we participate in a bilingual exception and ESL waiver process. Just to remind, the bilingual exception process is when we have students at any one grade level or more than one grade level where 20 or more students on their home language survey as qualifying emergent bilingual students are represented in the district. Last year we had 6 exceptions that we filed. Those languages are on the left. You'll see that this year we are anticipating, we're in the process right now, and that's to be completed next week. We are anticipating at the end of that data processing that we will file 9 bilingual exceptions. An interesting one that we starred is Spanish. We do indeed have a very robust bilingual dual language Spanish and English program. But some of our teachers within that program are on an alternative certification pathway, as I did myself many, many years ago. And part of their program requirements allow for them to sit the exam at the end of the school year, which exceeds that PEAM snapshot date. So as a result of that certification not being front-facing yet in the SBEC, a Spanish bilingual exception will likely be filed for a few of our staff who are on that journey. This slide goes over the services that we have in the district. We do continue to have English as a second language services for our almost 70 languages represented within our student population at each of our campuses. And our dual language enrichment program we offer the early childhood portions of that at Fabian Elementary. Baghdad and Knowles are both sites as well. And then our K-5 dual language program continues to be provided at Baghdad, Reed, Knowles, and Whitestone Elementaries. I'm very happy that we also have our middle school dual language enrichment opportunity for students wanting to continue in a bilingual, multilingual pathway. And those two sites are Danielson Middle School and Henry. I said we would talk a little bit about that yellow portion of that first graph of students who are reclassified. Students are reclassified through it's multi-pronged. The TELPAS system, which is the linguistic portion of the testing, the state assessment that our emergent bilingual students participate in. In the past, historically, the 4 domains of reading, writing, speaking, and listening required an advanced high score for students to be reclassified along with passing the English language arts portion of their STAR test. The switch that happened at TEA this year, which I believe is a very positive thing for students, is that it is looking at the composite score. So students who in the past were required to hit advanced high for all 4 domains can now meet reclassification criteria by passing their English language arts STAR, as well as reaching advanced high for 3 out of the 4 and advanced in a 4th domain. This was something that has been evident in the data that we see across the state of Texas as well. Sorry. Yeah. So this slide, it shows the composite score that I was visiting about, and this shows students that regionally and state scored beginning, intermediate, advanced, and advanced high. The compelling portion when we look at that are the amount of students in Leander ISD that scored, that reclassified by scoring advanced and advanced high. Specifically, the advanced high data at the end well exceeded state and regional data. This look is a look at students on the continuum of the standards for TELPAS. There's beginning, intermediate, advanced, and advanced high. One of the ways that the state looks at growth for students is if students and when students move one proficiency level, be it intermediate to advanced, advanced to advanced high, or 2 or more of those levels. So in Leander, 45% of our students moved 1 to 2 or more proficiency levels, and then the additional data is the regional and state data. What are some of the things that are leading to this? Some of the professional learning is absolutely a factor playing into the success students are seeing in both TELPAS and academically in the district. We are very fortunate in that we partner with Region 13 to provide ESL academies within the district. We've hosted 2 already this year, and we have planned to host 2 additional, where within that 3-day academy, not only are teachers prepping for passing and placing ESL on their certification, their Texas certificate, they're also getting a significantly sound foundation for pedagogy and providing strategies that are applicable to the success of emergent bilingual students. This next portion, I'm going to go back to the topic, sorry. On this the next dot on here talks about the regional, state, and national opportunities that our teachers have to attend, but not just to attend, they are frequently presenting. And they are highlighted at presenting at conferences that are very, very competitive to be a presenter. We have teachers who recently presented at TABE, which is the Texas Association of Bilingual Educators Conference. We were very fortunate that that conference was located very close to us geographically at Kalahari last week. And we had a very large cohort of teachers who participated in the learning and provided learning at that conference. Notably, our district was highlighted as a demonstration school for dual language, and we hosted both educators and educator leadership from across the state of Texas wanting to learn about all of the things happening in Leander ISD, and we hosted this last week at Reed Elementary and Henry. I'm going to take a little bit more, just a little bit more time to brag on that just a little bit, because the hosts for that were our students. Our fifth graders led the Texas leaders in education and bilingual education on the tours, through not just tours saying here's this room, but they fielded the questions. We were there as staff to support the students, but the students led the answers that were being provided to the visitors that came to the district. And that was evident as well at Henry, where Henry students led by demonstrating with QR codes their project-based learning over the past 2 years. And so we have made a lot of great new partners to collaborate with in this journey for emergent bilingual students. Additionally, within the district, we host a robust amount of professional learning for our ESL, EB staff, and our non-ESL staff who are teachers of record for our emergent bilingual students. Our dual language mini conference is held each year, and all 85 plus of our dual language staff participate as both learners and presenters within that conference. I'm going to go over to the partnerships in dual language learning for our external partners. We continue to partner with the Dual Language Training Institute. They host observations each year in the district and collaborate individually with feedback individually with each of our dual language teachers and service providers. Vale por Dos. We are not only partners with the Vale por Dos company, we have been highlighted in their publications, and teachers have served as portions of the chapters written about how emergent bilingual early childhood learning is successful. SideLits is a frequent partner with us for our emergent bilingual ESL, English as a Second Language, EC through 12 learning. This summer we hosted a training called Portraits and Collaboration. As we look at this growth in the district, we know that the opportunities for collaboration, not just with our ESL and EB staff, but with all of our staff, to provide a solid web of support early childhood through 12th grade for the students that we serve. And then the last slide, I always love to just give a very a glimpse into the partnerships with community and parents. The highlights this year that we chose were from Cypress Santa Elementary at one of their multicultural events where they had well over 25 countries and cultures represented, with families having the opportunity to share the gifts of their culture and language with community. In the middle, you'll see an activity, a collaborative activity at the dual language, our first dual language community night hosted at Baghdad earlier this semester, where over 200 participants, multi-generational, attend to do the learning to support and collaborate and partner for the learning for their students. Up in the upper right-hand corner last year, we were asked to present, and I get the CCAC acronym wrong, so Curriculum Community, thank you, Community Curriculum Advisory Council. The important portion of that is when we were asked to provide, through the lens of curriculum for our emergent bilingual students, we chose to have our students present the information. And so the whole evening was spent with a panel of students who ranged from, I believe, 5 years old to students who had been in the program since through the longitudinal years of elementary, middle, and high, and students who are newcomers who arrive sometime later in the journey to talk about what that experience is like and what the curriculum benefits were for them and how important their emergent bilingual support staff and teachers were, and many of them identified their ESL teachers as their as their home on their campus. So it's pretty powerful. Yeah. Yes.
Well, thank you. That was really impressive. And I have just a question. Actually, I have a couple of questions, but I'll pass it around. I think about, I think a lot of times people think of emerging bilingual, and we're in Texas, and they think Spanish, right? I mean, we do, but our community, we look on here, when you see that second number is Telugu, right? How does that impact your department and the work that you are doing when it's all these South Asian, Russian, Hebrew, Arabic, when it's not just Spanish, right? It's really diverse and languages from all over the world. Can you give us an idea of, what that looks like for you?
That is a fantastic question, and I will say that although we're seeing significant growth in Telugu, Tamil, Russian, Hindi, Arabic languages, we have, since I've been in this role, I believe now 16 years, we have had upwards of 70 languages spoken. And so what the implications of seeing increased numbers is significant effort for parent partnerships, and how do we ensure that parents are accessing opportunities, and what are we doing proactively to bring parents and families to the table to leverage this incredible growth and diversity that we see in the district. That is done through our ESL teachers, I would say in great part, and in dual language teachers, but I would also say it is done in great part. I've been able to participate in many of the school support visits where there has been intentionality and a strong focus on emergent bilingual students across campuses by our incredible principals. And so tight partnerships with our campuses is what is going to lead to incredible experiences for our students. Yeah, sorry.
I had a question about slide 4.
About what? Slide 4.
Yes. I mean, we see the significant increase of the emergent bilingual pre-K population growth. That's
yes.
one. Huge, massive. My question is, how are we educating the community on this service that we offer for their students? Because, there's certain limitations, right? If you don't know, you don't know. And so what are we doing as a district to help, reach those families who are new to the country and their students can qualify for this?
Excellent
and don't speak
question.
English, right? Because I'm going to the website and I can speak English and it's there, but what are we doing to eliminate that barrier?
Absolutely. So the partnership with our early childhood department is a very tight partnership, and so when we are doing the informational efforts for these programs being here for parents to be able to access, we do that in collaboration and very intentionally with our early childhood teams. And one of the things that we have been doing at their in-person events is providing the opportunities for families to be able to submit their home language surveys so that, along with their registration, so that we can early identify students who are going to access and benefit from emergent bilingual services so that we can plan early on for the spaces and the staff that we need in order to provide those services. It also gives us a very good foundation for meeting our parents and families early on to start that partnership with our earliest learners.
I just wanted to add to that as well. Just went on a visit to a home with one of our parent educators about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I asked her that same question. And we have traditional communication methods, but honestly, word of mouth, and a lot of times when people move here from another country, and especially if they are brand new to the States, they find one another. And so a parent educator can talk to one parent, have a great experience, that parent has a great experience, and then 3 or 4 more come soon. So our parents in those programs are often the best recruiters to communicate what is available, and that was her words. Thanks.
May I quickly add one more thing? We are very fortunate to have a multilingual, her title initially was Translator and Interpreting Services, but she really is overseeing multilingual communications. We contract services with third-party vendors. We have 6 vendors that we work with for all of the languages. We have yet to encounter a language where we're not able to provide services for either in-person, by phone, over video, translation services, so that we have, so parents know there's an avenue for communication. She also makes sure that our website is very robust for ensuring that those communication services are posted in the top languages spoken in the district.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the comments that you made about the panel at the CACAC meeting, because I was at that meeting. And that was one of the most powerful things that I have seen in my time on the board. These were students that did not speak the same language. They had to learn English starting from 0 when they came here. And a lot of their commentary revolved around how those teachers created such an atmosphere for them that even though they're all in the same room and they do not speak the same language, they felt safe, they felt welcome, and the environment that those teachers created helped them to learn better and to learn how to communicate with each other despite all of the barriers that people would have thought would prevent that. So I just really wanted to say thank you to the teachers that do that, because that is a lot of really incredible work, and to hear that from a student perspective was one of the best things I've seen.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was debating, should I go back to that slide and explain a little bit more? You said it very beautifully, exactly how I remember. The young lady moved here from Russia in high school and became fluent in a short time because of that protected environment, and it was amazing. So.
And one of the things they talked about as well was the use of technology. So I want to ask, what are the requirements for technology? How much of that technology are y'all using to help facilitate communication?
So technology is a slice of that pie when it comes to actual translation. It is a pathway to support that communication, but the true communication that is happening for the growth of students is really the paired learning, where students are engaging in their coursework with significant amounts of student-to-student discourse, and that student-to-student discourse, language-rich environments within their classroom, print-rich environments within their classroom, are equally as important as the technology is they access in order to specifically translate information. They are their greatest resource with each other. Thank you.
Look at the slide number, on slide number 10, making sure I'm reading this slide right. No matter how you slice this, look at the slide, the green has to come and equate to 100, right? It has to get to 100. So if I added all those up, we're gonna have 100%. So if we're looking at it, am I looking at this right, that if we had more in the beginning or more in intermediate, then we would have had less in advanced or less in advanced high?
Yes.
Is that how, okay.
Yes.
So if I could pick where I'd like to have more at in that slide, I like having more in advanced and advanced high. And looking at, I mean, we talked about this when we had the AP Large District Award, which is that it's very unusual to have more people and also score higher. And we're having more languages, more students of emergent bilingual languages, and we're scoring higher. So I'm thinking that's a phenomenon I'm seeing here. So one, am I correct on that? And then two, can you tell me what is this, because I don't have a comparison of what this looked like last year. Do we see it growing, or is there something that you're equating this growth to for these scores, or is it like we're staying steady being on these two sides of advanced and advanced high?
Although I can't specifically quote the metrics from last year, and I will absolutely be happy to get that data for you to present, it is a trend for our students to be growing significantly in the advanced high portion of that. It is important to remember that no matter where students are on the continuum of language, because they'll come in at any given point, right? So students may be a newcomer to the country, but they may have been accessing a portion of their curriculum in English where they were. And so it is, although it is a measure, and yes, we want to see and love to see the advanced high, we absolutely honor where students are at that beginning level and take them forward. The goal is that they're moving. That one slide that talked about one or more proficiency level is really the impactful data. This is beautiful, I agree, but that moving each child moving one or more, and the comprehensive total that we have in the district is really the driver for looking at the success of that. But that's a great question. Thank you.
So my question, yeah, thanks. I was thinking about 70 languages or more. How does culturally relevant discussion or curriculum happen, or does it not happen at all? Because it just seems pretty overwhelming for that number.
So when we look at working with our emergent bilingual students, we look at the linguistic portions of that, but we also look at the sociocultural competency of that. And when I say social cultural competency, we think about that when we are doing the professional learning with our staff, whether they're the staff who are EB, ESL, or dual language. I'm thinking and reflecting in particular at a training that was with leadership, our Learning and Innovation leadership last spring, where we walked through what is a mile in the shoes of a multilingual learner, and we had experiences for the participants of how did we feel when we presented this lesson in Italian, and they go through an authentic learning experience and engage in not just the linguistic portions of it, but the sociocultural competency portion of it. And so when we are serving our families, we are not just serving through the lens of language, we are serving through the language of all that children bring to the table, including all of those beautiful pieces of culture.
I can just respond to that too. Just through the school support visits this year, there was a member from Tina's team at, I would say, every campus that has a significant portion of the students who speak a language other than English primarily at home. And culture was a common theme, and so her team has been requested by quite a few of our principals to come out and work with every teacher at the school to understand. Educational systems are often very different in countries other than the United States, and so even just acclimating to what the school experience is like was one particular topic I remember coming up at one of the school support visits, and Tina's team was able to arrange something with the campus to help come out and support teachers with that learning. So kudos to the campuses for recognizing and seeking that support out, and kudos to this team for being able to provide that.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a great presentation, great information, and thank you for doing all of that work. Thank you for your team. Please give them a shout out from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as always for all of your support. Thank you.
Gio. Hello, Dr. Gehring. We hope you had a wonderful evening with your son celebrating his senior walk.
It was fantastic. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move over to item 8B1, and I'm going to apologize to everyone for this right now because I verified with council. I said, do I have to read all of this? And she said, yes, that is the statute. We read that. We can maybe edit it in the future in board policy, but as it is right now, you are gonna have to listen to me read a whole lot of stuff. So, apologies ahead of time. I thought about doing it in a dramatic interpretation, to try to make it a little more fun, but, accents, fun, yeah. So I think we're just gonna run through it, okay? This is our annual announcement regarding continuing education of board members. So under the State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of every sitting board member. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed the required continuing education, has exceeded the required continuing education, and who is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. The requirements for training are measured as the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or at the 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 8 training areas for board members in continuing education. 1 is local district orientation, 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code, 3, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code, 4, team building, 5, additional continuing education, 6, evaluating student academic performance and goal setting, 7, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, or other maltreatment of children, and 8 is school safety. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as required to the training. For members who still have time remaining to, and I will also report members who still have time remaining to complete the required training. I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not scheduled the training. So 1, local district orientation. There are no new board members who are required to complete local district orientation training for the time period covered by this announcement. 2, orientation to the Texas Education Code. No new board members were required to complete orientation to the Texas Education Code training for the time period covered by this announcement. Post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. First-year board members and board members who are new during the legislative cycle are not required to complete this training, as it is included in their new board member training. The following board members completed the post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code training: Gloria Gonzalez-Dolica, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Boat, Sade Fashikun, Francesca Romans. The following board members were not required to complete the post-legislative update during this reporting period: Paul Gauthier and Francesca Romans. Team building session. The entire board and the superintendent must participate in an annual team building training session. Dr. Gearing and the following board members have completed the annual team building session training: Gloria Gonzalez-Dolica, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Boat, Sade Fashikun, Francesca Romans. The following board member is deficient in meeting the required annual team building session training requirements: Paul Gauthier. 5, evaluating student academic performance goal setting. This training must be completed every 2 years. The following board members have completed the biennial training on evaluating student academic performance and goal setting: Gloria Gonzalez-Dolica, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Boat, Sade Fashikun, Paul Gauthier, and Francesca Romans. Additional continuing education. The following board members have exceeded the additional continuing education requirements: Gloria Gonzalez-Dolica, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Boat, Sade Fashikun, Francesca Romans. The following board member has completed the required additional continuing education requirements: Paul Gauthier. Identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children. This training must be completed every 2 years. The following board members have completed the biennial training on identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children: Gloria Gonzalez-Dolica, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Boat, Sade Fashikun, Paul Gauthier, Francesca Romans. School safety. This training must be completed every 2 years. The following board members have completed the biennial training on school safety: Gloria Gonzalez-Dolica, Anna Smith, Christine Maurer, Trish Boat, Sade Fashikun, Paul Gauthier, Francesca Romans. This concludes the annual announcement regarding continuing education of board members for the current reporting period. Thank you all for listening to all of that. And we're going to move over to our next agenda item, which is, wait a second. Yep, it's our superintendent report. And Dr. Gearing, that's you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Board, for your grace in allowing me to go and walk across the field with my senior child. Hopefully next year when I have another senior child, they'll do it on a Friday night instead of a Thursday night. So, all right.
You know people.
I know people. for a second. All right, here we go. All right, we have some very exciting news to share with you. There is a new after-school club at Running Brushy Middle School, and I just thought this was a really fabulous creation. This club is called Creative Connections, and it brings together Running Brushy Middle School students and residents of New Hope Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Cedar Park. And they come together and they discuss literature and they learn how to crochet together. And so at Leander ISD's convocation in August, Leaf awarded $1,293 to the Running Brushy Middle School teacher Ellen Dekinga and librarian Estrella Griggs, who applied for this collaborative grant to provide the supplies for this club. And so we continue to be inspired by this intergenerational creative collaborative, so really fun. So just a couple of great pictures of our kids interacting with the All right, on another really positive note, we have students from Cedar Park High School, chapter of Rho Kappa, which is a social studies honors society. They hosted voter registration drive during their school's den period last week to celebrate, well, this was actually September 17th as National Voter Registration Day. It wasn't last week, yeah. So, of course, they're targeting newly registered voters so that they can exercise the right to vote during this early voting cycle, which runs October 21st through November 2nd. So every comprehensive high school either shared voter registration info or hosted these voter registration drives. During convocation and graduations, we also had the League of Women Voters, who registered 45 voters and distributed 15 mail-in ballots for the adults in our system too. The side effects, we believe, of this include building trust and community support and goodwill. The League of Women Voters also answers questions and provides lots of handout material at those events. And it seems like the kids just had a really great time educating each other and getting each other registered to vote. We are working on becoming voters in Leander ISD, and so we continue to really help people to understand that it is our right and it is our responsibility to exercise that right at the ballot box, and so we really are encouraging a culture of voting in our district. As a reminder, we are in early voting, and there's the correct date, Sade, sorry. So October 21st through November 1st, and then of course election day is coming up on Tuesday, November 5th. We do encourage people to educate themselves on the ballot. The ballot is long and complicated, likely, and if you don't know what's on there and you don't know what to expect, then it can be intimidating. But if you educate yourself ahead of time, then it can be a really great experience. We do have a really great empowered community, and under the great guidance of Angela Hodges, we are doing legislative listening circles throughout the district. We have had multiple of these across the district at every opportunity that she can get herself invited to. This was at the District-Wide Educational Improvement Council, or DWIC, and they spent some time listening. We'll be bringing that information that we're gathering through those listening circles back to the Legislative Committee, and then we'll be processing that information and turning it into the legislative priorities that committee will then bring as recommendations to the board for approval, and that process will be happening as we go forward in the month of November. So here's just some of the comments that we have been hearing from the listening sessions, and so I'll give you just a minute to process some of those. And then I had the great privilege of recording a podcast with Mr. Tom Glenn at Glenn High School. Dwayne Street is the master performer. He really does an excellent job of on the street and bringing folks together to have conversations about what's going on in the district and about the power of the past in this case, and how that is really developing into the force of the future. And so we had a lot of fun. We might have taken a picture or two after the fact. It's really great. All right, coming up on October 30th at Facilities Resource Center in Cedar Park, we have our State of the District event sponsored by LEAF, the Cedar Park Chamber, and this year the Leander Chamber is joining us as well. We're really excited about this event. We have lots of guest speakers who are going to be making really an incredible statement about who we are as a district and the power that's happening right now all across the district. So we hope to see you there. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
I don't think we have any questions, but I have gotten a couple of requests to move our break right now before our PASA, because we have a feeling that might be a long presentation. And so we're going to go ahead and do our 10-minute right now. All right, we are back from our break and we're going to move on over to item 8C1, which is discussion of the annual demographic report, our population and survey analyst, PASA. Jeremy Trimble, can you please introduce everyone and get us going?
Absolutely. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing, I am joined tonight by Dr. Stacy Tapera and Ms. Angela Fritz with Population and Survey Analysts, PASA. This is the district's demographer. But what I want to do before I hand it over for them to present the latest demographic update, I want to acknowledge that tonight is a pretty significant milestone. It's not only Jimmy Disler's last demographic update, but also for the past 25 years, PASA has provided demographic services for Leander ISD. And specifically, Dr. Stacy Tapera has personally served this district since 2005. And so if we put that into context, if we think back to 2005 and what was going on in this district, over the next 5 years, from 2005 to 2010, we opened 13 schools. And so what that tells you is a time of absolute certainty, right? We knew we were going fast, we were building schools when and where we needed them, and we were gonna continue to grow. And we did for a really long time. But if we look at now, some of those certainties have shifted. And so the demographic update that you're going to see tonight is really going to show you how the district's landscape has evolved over time and where we are today. So with that introduction, I want to kick it over to Dr. Stacy Tapera for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. My goodness, that was such a nice introduction, although you make me feel very old. Okay, let's begin tonight with a little bit of background about demographic trends that have been happening in the district. So this is a map of the Austin Round Rock MSA, and with Leander ISD highlighted. And the chart on the right just shows the ranking of district growth over the past 5 years. And so between fall of 2018 and fall of 23, Leander ISD was the third fastest growing district in the Austin MSA, second to Liberty Hill and Hayes. And that was an increase of 2,500 students or so over the past 5 years. Now let's talk about, with that growth that happened over the past 5 years, there have also been some socioeconomic indicator changes that have happened. And some of these are going to be really relevant to what we talk about tonight. So first of all, you can see that the total population has grown significantly between 2017 and 2023. This is American Community Survey data that comes from the US Census. So this is total population, people living in the boundaries of Leander ISD. So with that significant population change, you can see that the median age has gone up. So the population overall is older than it was 5 years ago. Importantly, the school-aged proportion of the population that is school-aged children has gone down from 22.7% to 20.9%. Again, this is American Community Survey data that estimates the total number of residents living within Leander ISD, regardless of where those kids go to school. There are fewer younger students as a proportion of the total population. The educated population has grown. The median housing value has grown incredibly, as you all are well aware, as has the median income. So all of these things point to the smaller young population that we are seeing in Leander ISD. So let's dig into that a little bit more. This is, again, American Community Survey data, so this is all people living within Leander ISD. On the right side of the graph is the proportion of the total population that is school-aged. So these aren't absolute numbers, these are proportions. So I just told you that the population grew a lot. So did the school-aged population grow also? Well, in blue, you can see in Leander ISD on the right that the school-aged population did not grow. And in Texas, overall, the proportion of the school-aged population has been stable. But in Leander, it has slightly declined. Now, if we look on the left at the preschool aged population, ages 0 to 5, we can see an even more dramatic decline of people living within Leander ISD boundaries who have children ages 0 to 5. That proportion is smaller, both in Texas and in Leander ISD. So how does this translate to, and how is this impacting the enrollment in Leander ISD? So I point your attention to the first few columns in this graph, the first half of this graph through 2019, 2020. As you remember, I remember, there was significant and steady and high growth in Leander ISD. Lots of new housing construction, lots of growth. And then COVID hit, and we all said, what in the world is happening? The world is a different place. And so in the fall of 2020 and the fall of 2021, enrollment numbers were crazy compared to past, for not just Leander, for everybody in the whole nation. And so we can't really use those 2 years as past data points because there were non-demographic, really strong forces affecting who was enrolled. And so when we came back in 22 and 23, you can look at those bars, they're increasing, but not nearly at the rate as pre-COVID. And so you and every other district asked me, is this a blip or is this the beginning of a trend? And it was really hard for us to say because so many things were different after COVID, not just COVID related, but indirectly related, like interest rates going way down and then way up, and the housing market going way up and then cooling. And so there were so many things in flux that we couldn't say until this year, is this a trend or is this just a blip? And now I think it's pretty clear that we can say that there are many factors impacting this deceleration of growth in Leander ISD. So what has changed in the past 5 years? We just talked a little bit about the pandemic, of course, and the record-setting highs and lows of the mortgage rates in the housing market. But also other non-pandemic related issues like the expansion of charter schools in this area. So in the past 5 years, there are 6 new campuses that did not exist 5 years ago that are pulling residents from Leander ISD. And they are pulling approximately 1,500 students from LISD. This does not necessarily mean that those students were in LISD and left, but that those students were, in many cases, kindergartners that never started in Leander ISD, but started in charter schools, and so you never saw them. And so year after year, we see this, this absence of this population. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit when we talk about the size of the kindergarten class. But then also, over the past 5 years, we've had this post-COVID increased interest in virtual and other non-traditional schooling options, which are very difficult to quantitate, but they're anecdotally what we're hearing. So let's talk about births and kindergarten enrollment in the district. So the maroon line is the number of babies born to mothers within zip codes in Leander ISD. And those births are shifted 5 years later to line up with the kindergarten, with the year that those babies will enter kindergarten. And so the yellow line is the kindergarten enrollment in Leander ISD. And as you can see, they're marginally parallel with the crazy blips around the COVID years. The dotted gray line represents current, and so all of the maroon line to the right of the dotted gray line represents all of the babies who have been born here over the past 4 years that haven't yet aged into kindergarten. And so we have seen an increase in births in Leander ISD over the past 4 years. So that could result in an increase in the kindergarten class. I caution you to take that with a grain of salt, because you can also see that a few years to the left of that gray line, births were increasing a little bit also, but kindergarten enrollment decreased. And so that kicks back likely to what I just mentioned, which is those kindergartners are going to other alternative educational opportunities like charter schools, and the district never sees them. So let's talk about the current and past and current students. One of the first steps that we take in these projects is to locate or geocode every student on the map. So we take a file from the district with the addresses of all students and place those students on the map. This map has gray students that represent every student that attended Leander ISD 2 years ago in the fall of 22. And the yellow dots are underneath, and those are the current students and where they're living right now. So the only yellow dots that you see are the places where students live today where nobody lived 2 years ago. Okay, so you'll see over on the west side, the little pocket of yellow, that's Treviso. Up in the northeast, you'll see in the far northeast is Parkside on the River and Edgewood, etc. So this is our starting point, and it also allows us to look historically at where students have lived and moved in and out of neighborhoods. Another important factor that goes into these projections are the natural cohorts that are moving through the district, moving through the grades. So in this chart, for each year, each vertical line, the smallest class is represented in blue and the largest class is represented in red. And so you can see the red at the bottom moving through the years and moving down as they age through the grades. So the largest cohort classes right now are in the high school grades. So when those grades start graduating in the next 3 and 4 years, and they are replaced by smaller kindergarten classes like that are blue at the top, that is going to be a natural decline in the, or a declining force in the enrollment population. Okay. Regeneration is a hot topic. I get asked every year, and it is a very complicated issue. So I've made a very complicated slide for you. I'll try to break it down for you. What we have done is, in this case, this represents subdivisions in Cedar Park, in the city of, the ETJ of Cedar Park, and Avery Ranch. We have also done this analysis for other areas in the district that are built out, and it's the same. This is just an example. So in the area of Cedar Park and Avery Ranch, we looked at all of the subdivisions that were built out in 2015. So the areas that have not had a single new house built since 2015. We identified those subdivisions, and then we counted the dots that I showed you a minute ago in those subdivisions each year since 2015. And that top graph represents how many students lived in those same subdivisions that didn't build any new houses. And as you can see, that population has declined steadily. So why is that happening? How is that happening? Is regeneration happening? So you've heard me talk a lot about the small incoming kindergarten sizes and the larger exiting sizes. So the graph on the bottom left, again with the smallest class in blue and the largest class in red, shows that in this population of built-out subdivisions, there are small kindergarten classes and larger exiting older classes. So every year, if you look at the difference in those sizes, it's a loss of about 300 to 350 students, simply because the small kindergarten class is replacing a large outgoing class. And then the next question is always, but what about that family that moved in with a 3rd grader and a 6th grader, right? As an example, there is regeneration with families moving in that have kids that are not in kindergarten. So why are we only looking at kindergarten? And so the graph on the right shows the growth through the years by cohort. So it's complicated, and I don't expect you to read the numbers, but you can look at the colors to see how we follow the cohorts through the years. So for example, if we start with kindergarten in 2015 and follow that cohort through 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, we get an average annual yearly gain of 13 students in this entire population. 13 students per year on average were added to this population in that grade level. And it varies in different grade levels, but it sums up to 140 or so students gained. That is regeneration. However, that is not enough to offset the loss, the 300 to 350 student loss that I just explained in the first chart. And that 140 students that I just explained, that gain in regeneration, has not happened since COVID. So if you look at the right side of that cohort chart, there is virtually no regeneration, has been very little since COVID. And so this, I apologize that this is so complicated, but it's the easiest way I know to explain that there are 2 competing factors, and the regeneration is happening, but it's not enough to offset the small incoming kindergarten class, which we just talked about is happening everywhere and throughout Leander ISD and throughout Texas. So let's talk about students per home. Overall, district-wide, we have 0.51 students per single-family home and 0.27 students per multifamily home. Again, this is district-wide. This varies from subdivision to subdivision, neighborhood to neighborhood. For example, Larkspur has about 0.74 students per home. Parkside on the River has a whopping 1.2 students per home. And Treviso has a range. Overall, it has 0.4 students per home, but different sections have different ratios of 0.3 to about 0.56. So overall, the district has 0.51 students per home. And also, 5 years ago in 2018, that ratio was 0.61. So that tells me that there have been a lot of houses built and not as many students filling those houses, and students graduating and not being replenished by young kindergartners. Okay, let's talk about alternative educational opportunities. We have started using this term to include charter schools, private schools, virtual schools, and so I mentioned that over the past 5 years, there have been 6 campuses, charter campuses, that have opened in and around Leander ISD that are pulling students out. So all of those green dots represent charter schools that are enrolling residents of Leander ISD. The shading on the map represents how many students TEA reports are living in that attendance zone and attending a charter school. And each of those that is the dark red color means that there are more than 100 students living in that elementary attendance zone who are attending charter schools. That gives you a sense of the impact. And importantly, the yellow dots on the map are the future campuses that we know about. So Harmony Public Schools and Basis Leander are both planning to open campuses in the next one, this coming year in 25, and the next in fall of 26. And Valor Leander has a campus now in a somewhat temporary location. They are building a permanent location in the Larkspur area and plan to open that in the next few years. Idea Public Schools also owns a parcel in this district, but has not yet moved forward with plans to open that, but it could happen at any time. So overall, we estimate that over the next 5 years, an additional 2,500 students from Leander ISD could be attending these charter schools. Again, remember that this is not necessarily students who are currently in Leander ISD, but heavily kindergartners who have never entered Leander ISD. Altogether, we know and estimate from TEA enrollment and from our interviews with the charter schools that about almost 3,000 students are attending charter schools from Leander ISD. Approximately 1,600 in private schools, about 400 to other ISDs, and about 200 to virtual academies. So what this means overall is that about 9 out of 10 Leander ISD residents are actually attending Leander ISD. And so with this, I will turn it over to Angela Fritz, who will talk a little bit about housing.
Thank you. Good evening. It's good to be here with you all tonight. Stacy's talked a little bit about some of the people trends that we're seeing in the district, some of the demographic things that are affecting growth. I'm going to speak briefly at about 50,000 feet about some of the housing trends that are shifting and changing. Also really dry, but we're here to help answer any questions you have. There's a ton of more detail in your report, as I know a lot of the board members are aware, but feel free at the end. Whatever questions you have, please let me know. So we'll hop right in. Stacy's already talked a little bit about the ups and downs of the housing market. Everybody's probably tired of listening to the day-to-day on mortgage rates, but mortgage rates have stabilized somewhat over the last year. They're hovering close to 6.5% right now, and we are anticipating potentially a second basis rate drop by the Fed by the end of the year, and so the mortgage markets are anticipating that as well. All that to say, the housing market seems to be a little more stabilized than it was with the ups and downs of the pandemic and just post-pandemic. We know that the Austin economy is strong regionally and continues to grow. Low unemployment relatively, and still we have net in-migration, and all that continues to drive demand in the area, especially in areas like Leander ISD. Texas, the state overall, sales are slowing a little bit for homes. Permits inventory is increasing. That's a given as stuff stabilizes, and then prices are beginning to mediate or lower a little bit as well. If we look at the MSA for Austin and Leander, we talked about median price earlier. We can see that the median price from the Census American Community Survey more than doubled in the last 6 years. That obviously is going to affect the product that's on the ground and the maybe age and demographics of the family that's able to afford that home, which is something else that plays into the housing growth that we see as well. Let's go ahead and hop on to the next slide. So this slide here is just meant to give you kind of a pictorial idea of where some of the most impactful single-family subdivisions are. And this slide lists subdivisions that are developing now, that are underway, as well as those that are planned in the future that we've projected for more than 250 occupancies. We're going to get into a little more detail as we go further through the slides. There's not really any big surprises on this one. Your subdivisions in the darker red are the ones that are currently under development, such as Treviso, Parkside on the River, Wild Spring, Edgewood, and Rosenbush Ranch. And then the subdivisions that are highlighted in the little bit lighter red or darker pink are subdivisions that are planned or probable future subdivisions. We'll talk about these a little bit moving forward as well. A couple kind of main points to keep in mind as we talk about housing tonight. Really 3 main things. As we talked about, prices and interest rates are stabilizing, and homes still cost, though, significantly more than they did, certainly 4 years ago, but as we saw in the ACS slide, 6 years ago. And a more expensive home can mean less students and or more older students, the families that are able to afford those. So that lends itself to the trends that Stacy was mentioning earlier also. A second point of note is that the larger subdivisions that Leander has seen in the past that are built out and or building out, Bryson, Larkspur, Orchard Ridge, some of the larger acreage subdivisions over the next 2 or 3 years, Treviso as well, are being replaced by multiple smaller subdivisions. When I say smaller, I mean
geographic size, but also less dense subdivisions also, which will affect the nature of families who move into them, as well as your student projections from new housing into the future. And then both of the local municipalities, Cedar Park and Leander, within the ISD that have jurisdiction over development have pretty strict development regulations as well that will help guide development into the future, and will also regulate lot size and densities moving forward. And so you're going to see, especially in the City of Leander's jurisdiction, stuff that's not already planned will be significantly less dense than stuff maybe that's on the books and developing now. So those are general trends to keep in mind as we talk about housing. So the largest single-family subdivisions, when we look at our 10-year planning period and projections, these are just the heavy hitters, the biggest numbers over the 10 years. Up top, of course, is Treviso, and this is the remaining units estimated in Treviso at just over 1,000 units. Just a quick point of note that we kind of take a litmus test in October when we do this study for you all, and so our housing projections are estimated from that data as well, and we try to line them up with your students. So they won't always match up if you go for about 550 single-family homes. And construction, we conducted this study, the construction was expected to begin in 2025. I know that some of that's still moving through city processes and procedures as well. We can expect to see construction there relatively soon, and that should be a pretty impactful development. Given the location and the density of the neighborhoods around it, and of course the proximity to the two schools, we expect that to be fairly popular. So that's only one on the list. These next two that are listed here are either planned or what we like to call probable future. So if you remember, we look at subdivisions that are developing, we look at subdivisions that are planned but ex official, we look at areas where people have talked about maybe doing something, and then we look at the rest of the land and say, what could this be and what point? So North Fork Palmer is in the Cedar Park area. It's simply an area, we conducted the study this year, that there's been discussion about having some mixed use and some different housing products there. We projected it in the past, but we moved it forward a little bit, and we there's not a lot of specifics known, so we kind of split the difference between single family and potential multifamily, but that is in one of their planning areas where they maintain really tight controls over planning developments. This other one is simply a tract, an area of land. There are no plans that we know of, but it is in an area where there's a lot of other development activity, and it makes sense that at some point in the relatively near future we might see development there. So that's an area you'll see move up in the projections for this as well. All right, let's quickly look at multifamily and rental projections. So there's just over 14,000 multifamily, and this also includes single-family rental unit occupancies projected within the planning period. There's 21 active projects, and although this is almost 46% of your total new projected housing occupancies, it only represents roughly 26% of projected students from new housing because of those student ratios Stacey talked about earlier. And overall, your new multifamily occupancies are projected on average at about 0.17 into the future, so don't just take that 0.27 number stuck in your head. But we typically see a different type of kind of Class A product because of the size, the rent, and who they're marketing to. They don't necessarily lend themselves to as heavy student densities as you've seen in the past.
I'm quite sure that I think I'm going to skip this slide. Is kind of important, so yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I
thought maybe that one would let me. I apologize. Thank you for that. Okay. Let's go back to single family quickly. This slide gives you kind of the aggregated single family totals across the 10-year plan. So the slide on your top left, you see year 1. The slide on the top right are years 1 through 4 added together. Bottom left 1 through 7. Bottom right 1 through 10. These are housing projections by
neighborhood code. So the geographic areas that you see here are not the outlines of the subdivisions, they are the outlines of your neighborhood codes, which are aggregated for your attendance zones for the school. So it'll look a little bit different visually. This is just meant to be a heat map to give you an idea of how the single-family housing development is projected to shift across the geography of the district. There's really no surprises here when you look at the remaining developable land. You see those projections beginning to concentrate towards the west as we get closer to 10 years, but now in the corridors that are developing currently, especially along County Road 175, Ronald Reagan 2243. So sorry about that. Now we'll skip ahead to multifamily. We'll all be on the same page here. So your rental projects that are currently leasing up, meaning they're at least partially built and leasing units, are listed here on your left, and we're going to look at where they are geographically within the district too. These are multifamily and also, again, your single family build to rent units.
And just to point that out while we're here, that's a new product that we've really not seen in this demographic report before.
So we've talked a little bit last year. It's kind of a new trend across housing over the last couple of years since the pandemic. It's given builders a lot of market flexibility in continuing to release their products to people who want to live in desirable neighborhoods or desirable housing products, but no longer may be able to afford or don't wish to take on a significantly higher mortgage rate. We are seeing it across a lot of our districts. We find that projecting for build to rent is actually quite similar to projecting for single family in terms of student densities. So it depends on location, it depends on cost, it depends on number of bedrooms, proximity to schools, et cetera, for a traditional single family rental type product. The difference that you'll see in the projections is more like multifamily. You tend to see them in the earlier years, so they can cause a little bit of a bulge in your projections. They're very hard to project into the future because they're kind of a elastic product, for lack of a better term. So that's why we talk about them with the multifamily piece for the projections. This is a bit of a messy map, but it's also a heat map. Basically, it's just intended to show you kind of the concentration of the multifamily that we have projected in rental that are actively under construction or leasing up. No surprises on this map either. These are all in kind of major corridor areas. Right now, they're concentrated in the north central part of the district, especially around 183. There's a lot of single family build to rent in that area also, and rental townhomes, et cetera. So your dark red is basically where you're going to start seeing students currently because there are complexes that are actively leasing up. Your lighter red is ones that are under development and will be leasing up soon. There's full detail on all of this in your report as well. Okay, so quick overview. This is the spread of the housing projections by year of occupancy. Again, these are new occupancy units. These are not students that are being projected. So the single family projections range from roughly 2,000 in year one. They decrease to about 1,500 in year 10. So we see them moderating a bit as we move forward for the reasons we discussed earlier. And then your multifamily development is really cyclical. It's cyclical everywhere, but especially in the Austin area. There's been a big uptick in the last couple of years. Vacancy rates are actually increased, so the market is moderating a little bit as units come online and need to be absorbed, but you're still going to see the cyclical nature of the multifamily development into the future. Just wrapping up quickly, just overall, we're projecting just over 31,000 total projected new housing occupancies over the next 10-year period. Roughly 55% of those, or just over 17,000, are single family product. This number here does include your build to rent, and then just over 13,000, or 43%, are your multifamily product. I'm going to hand it back to Stacy to wrap all that back with students.
Thank you. So now you've heard a lot about new housing and where those students are coming from, and we're going to now move on to how that translates with many other factors into how many students to be projected. First, we're going to take a look back to last year's projection and talk about what has changed since the last study. So last year's study projected 43,039 students under our moderate growth scenario. As of September 20th, there were 42,537 students enrolled. So what's different? What has changed in our assumptions from last year? So first of all, we talk a lot about new housing, and I've also implied this, and Angela as well, but the houses that we projected to be built were built, and they were occupied. They just don't have as many students in them. And all we can measure is Leander ISD students. So I can't tell you how many of those houses are occupied by students in charter schools or private schools, but I can tell you that they were occupied, and there are fewer Leander ISD students living in those new houses this year on average than last year and the year before. And in addition, those fewer students are largely older students, and so there are even a smaller proportion of young kindergarten age students in that housing. Maybe that's due to the cost of housing, perhaps. Maybe that's due to more of those kindergarten students are going to charter schools. Perhaps it's likely a mixture of a lot of things. But these two factors together compound fewer students in new housing and fewer younger students in new housing compound to really decelerate the growth in the future. I've talked a lot about the small kindergarten classes incoming. So over the past 3 years, I showed you a graph that showed that births have been increasing very slightly in the years that related to the past few years of kindergarten enrollment. But the kindergarten classes have been smaller each year than the year before since COVID. So why is that happening? Partially because of charter schools pulling a greater proportion of young kindergartners, and so the district never sees them. And partially because of the very early data that I showed you that overall the population of young students, young children living in the district is getting smaller, or is not growing at the same rate as the overall population. And then finally, there are the intangible trends that I mentioned earlier, that we have no data for homeschooling because there is no required reporting to TEA. And so we can't tell you for sure, but anecdotally, we hear, just like everybody else hears, about this increasing groundswell of interest in homeschooling and other alternative micro school, et cetera. So all of these factors that get rolled into our projections. You've heard about new housing construction, which is adding between 1,000 and 1,300 students per year in new housing. The birth rates have been increasing slightly, but now in the past few years, those babies that have not yet entered kindergarten, that rate went up a little bit, and so we can expect some increase in the kindergarten class in the next few years. But as I mentioned, the past several years of kindergarten classes have each been smaller than the year prior. And so as those age through the district, that will have a dampening effect on enrollment. We talked about regeneration, that yes, regeneration is happening, but it's not happening enough. Regeneration is never going to produce enough students to grow the population overall. It will only produce enough students to maintain the population at a stable rate. And the aging of the current students, we looked at the cohorts moving through and the bulge that's currently in the high school age. And so as those kids graduate, there will be another dampening effect on enrollment. And then finally, the alternative educational opportunities, and specifically charter schools, we have good data for that there could be an additional 2,500 students who live in Leander ISD who attend those new charter schools in the next 5 years. So all of this gets rolled into our projections for our 10-year enrollment forecast. That is the black dotted line in the middle. We also bracket in a reduced enrollment scenario and an accelerated enrollment scenario, previously called low and high growth scenarios. And those bracketing in, those other scenarios, take into account other assumptions that could change other than what we think is most likely today. We have to make projections based on what we know today and what we think is most likely to happen in the future. And so there could be other charter systems that decide to expand and open a new location that we don't know anything about, and that could contribute to the low growth scenario. With the new legislation about potential vouchers, that could have an impact as well. And until we know more about the specifics of that legislation and the details of it, we can't know specifically how it would affect Leander, but we know that that is incorporated in the low growth scenario, certainly. And likewise, the high growth scenario is also reasonable and possible as well. So everything that you will see now is based on the middle, the 10-year enrollment forecast. So geographically, across the district, where is this growth projected to happen? Well, you'll notice in red, these are the neighborhood codes that are projected to gain more than 50 students, elementary students, over the next 10 years. And these spots, these hot spots, correlate very strongly with the map that Angela showed you of the new housing growth. Of course, that's logical. Which schools are these in? Well, the yellow lines are the outlines of the elementary schools, and of course Tarvin in the far northeast receives a lot of those high growth neighborhood codes, as well as Mason, Baghdad, and Heisel on the west and northwest side. What does that look like as far as added students into each of these attendance zones? Well, Tarvin wins the prize in this case for the most students added. We project that over the next 10 years, over 800 new students could live in the Tarvin attendance zone. And that is followed by Baghdad with 500, Mason with 450 or so, and Heisel with about 400 or so additional students living in those neighborhoods. Now you'll notice the blue for Camacho and Pleasant Hill, and you might ask why in the world are those projected to lose students? Well, you'll also remember that charter school map that I showed you that has 2 yellow spots right there along Hero Way in that general area. And that's contributing to the decline projected at Camacho and Pleasant Hill. Now overall, in 10 years, under this 10-year enrollment forecast, we could see about 1,670 students living in the Tarvin attendance zone 10 years from now, about 1,200, almost 1,300 living in the Mason attendance zone, and Aiken and Parkside each with about 1,100 resident students living there. Now you'll also notice the white swath going through the middle and south part of the district, and that represents the campuses that are projected to have fewer than 500 resident students living there in 10 years. And really this is just an extension of the already small and declining populations in that part of the district. This is the same data in table form just for everybody to have a record. The smallest populations are shown in blue and the largest populations are shown in red. So of course Tarvin and Mason, Aiken, and Parkside are the 4 largest in 10 years in the darkest red. And you see a number of attendance zones in blue showing the smallest classes in the district. Now, when we compare those resident students to the capacities of those schools, we call this the utilization based on resident students. Now, remember that these don't include transfers, so there is some flexibility in here. But the schools shown in red are the years in which we project those schools to exceed 120% utilization based on resident students. And the schools shown in gray or blue are less than 80% utilization. Now, some of you astute board members might notice that these utilizations are somewhat different than last year, and that is because the method of measuring capacity changed last year. And so I just want to bring that to your attention, that is not just a change in student population, but a measure of how many students can fit into a campus. So let's move on to middle schools. Again, the next several slides will be kind of a regurgitation of similar trends, with growth in the north, stability in general in the central band of the district, and an enrollment decline in the south as these existing smaller elementary populations in the south age up into the middle school years and grades. In 10 years, we're projecting this many middle school students to live in each attendance zone. The dark red is any school projected to have more than 1,600 residents, and the white schools are projected to have fewer than 800 students. Again, the same information in table form for you. You can see that Stiles is projected to have about 1,700, almost 1,800 students by the end of the projection period. And Canyon Ridge and Daniels and Four Points are both projected to be in the 500s. And then finally, we have the utilization numbers. And I'll take this opportunity to remind you that the rezoning that has happened recently has effectively shifted the need for a new middle school by utilizing the existing capacity at existing schools. And finally, at the high school level, again, similar trends, with growth in the north, with almost 800 students projected to be added to the Glen attendance zone over 10 years. Stability in the central belt of the district, and then decline in the south as those smaller classes are aging up into the high school years. The schools shown in dark red, in Rouse specifically, are projected to gain, or are projected to have, over 2,700 students, resident students, living in that attendance zone. And the zones in white, specifically Vandegrift, are projected to have fewer than 1,700 students in 10 years. This also gives me an opportunity to remind you that these are resident students that we're talking about. They do not take into account the transfers, and at the high school level, the transfers are significant because of Early College, Leo, and New Hope. So there are a number of students transferring out of these schools, and so these numbers and these utilization numbers are different than what you know to be true right now because of those transfers, but we can't assume that those transfers will remain the same in the future. And so I will also take this opportunity to remind you that, again, about the attendance zone changes, that the need for a 7th high school has been moved off well into the future as a result of the rezoning that has recently gone into place. And so before we wrap this up completely, I would like to take this opportunity to look back at, in 1999, when PASA first started working with Leander ISD. As Jeremy has reminded me tonight and made me feel so old, Jimmy Disler was here. And on the left, in those columns, those represent the attendance zones that existed in 1999 when we started working with Jimmy and the district. There were 9 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 2 high schools. And over the years, you can see what Jimmy's legacy has been in his dedicated career to Leander ISD. And so Jimmy's vision, dedication, and expertise is just unparalleled. And it's been a real true asset for Leander, and a pleasure for us to work with him. And so we just wish him all the best in his retirement. And with that, I will take any questions.
I know we're going to have a lot of questions, so I'm going to ask if we can kind of go through. I know we were writing down questions and each board member may have a list, but if we can take a turn and kind of go through, so that way, you know, it doesn't all stay in one place, if we can just bounce it and we'll go back around.
Okay. First of all, thank y'all very, very much. This is an immense amount of work, and from y'all's projection last year to this year, the difference was only about 500 students, and in a district this size, that's incredible. And I would first like to start by asking for some clarification on slide 15. Because you made a very important distinction. And now I can't find it in my own. Oh, there it is. The number of attending charter school students, the 2953, that is a number that is being repeated in the community a lot. That, you know, just under 3,000 students have left the district. Just under 3,000 students are leaving the district. That is not what that number means, and you made that distinction, and I'd like to ask if you could please clarify again for our community what exactly that number means.
That number means the number of students who live within Leander ISD boundaries who are attending charter schools. That number is not exactly what TEA reports, because we don't yet have TEA's data for this school year because the PM snapshot date has not happened yet. So we have taken the 2023 number from TEA and augmented it with our calls and interviews with the charter schools to try to get an estimate of any differences in their enrollment from last year. So it is an estimate, and it will be finalized in April when the PM snapshot data is released by TEA. But again, it's according to TEA, the number of students who live within Leander ISD who are attending charter schools.
It is not the number of students who have left an LISD school. A number of those students could have just started initially and never entered the Leander ISD system.
Of course.
Is that correct?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you.
So I just want to try to wrap my head around some of the changes of our community, like who the parents and the kids are who are projected, who are in our community right now. Just a little bit about them based on the report that you've been giving us. On page 62, in 2017, 10% of our, it says workers 16 years and over, 10% of them worked at home. And our 2022 number says 26% now work at home. Is that correct?
That is data from American Community Survey.
Okay. That's a big shift.
It's significant, yes.
And then as I'm looking at the other shifts, there's just a few of them here, I just want to make sure I've got right. On page 33 of the book, we've got total projected new housing, and it was on the slide, I don't remember the slide number, but 31,378 projected additional housing. So you say 17,246 are single family and built to rent. So there's rental property that is in there. And then in the multifamily, those are rental units.
Yes.
So that, to me, it seems like a large percent of rental units also, where before we had more home buyers, it seems like the increase is going up to rental units. And so then that makes me wonder, are these rental units, when we're thinking about them, leases might not be where they're like, oh, we're going to make sure you get the whole lease for the school year, and we'll give you a discount if you stay in the whole school year from August to, the summer. I mean, these lease terms can go up, and so that could impact our kiddos as they're coming and going into the system. So I was trying to get my head wrapped around that, as far as what that might look like in our community and for our kids and our teachers. The other one I was looking at, and you talked about it, was the multifamily and single family. And that number has dropped from 0.62 to 0.51 and 0.29 to 0.27. I would almost say that sounds like a statistically significant number. I'm curious if you could help me understand a little bit more about, like, just draw another point to me of what this looks like as far as what we see happen then with the housing units that are coming in. Other than less, what does that look like for the district? And then finally, and again, want to know just about the students in the community. On page 12, the book has for us, and y'all are on slide 4 when you showed this, the book for us has that the median home value is $436,000. But our slide in the book shows that's numbers from 2022. So just in 1 year, we now see the median home value for $576,200. And the median income for the family, 125, I think you're a little bit higher, but not much. So we're also seeing, like, really, I mean, you're paying a lot to buy a house, which is probably why you're going to go do the rental. I'm just curious about, like, can you help me understand what our community might look like, or any other factors that I'm missing?
Do you want me to? I can hop in and give some specifics to a couple of those things. So the build to rent number, we didn't break it out in the graphs this year, but I don't want you to worry about it. It's not astronomical. It's about 800 units over the first 6 years of the projection. So if it had been more significant than that, we would have broken it out so you can see the difference. There's a little paragraph about it on page 35, but then when you get in the nitty gritty in the housing report, you'll see each build to rent that we're classifying as build to rent will say BTR, and you'll see where it's projected, but it's all pretty forward in the projections period. So that's not a significant number of your single family as of yet. I feel like the second question, I'm going to repeat it back just to make sure I'm understanding a little bit of the nuance about the changing multifamily ratios and maybe why and what that might mean for the future. That's a very typical thing, especially in a developing or a developed and building out suburban district. Typically, your older multifamily units were a little bit different style and they've aged, so they may cost less in terms of their rent. They may be able to demand less for rent, which means sometimes you could see more families in them. And I mentioned probably too quickly and in passing, most of the multifamily that's planned into the future 10-year projections is really, I'd say, a little more, it's for the most part all Class A, but geared towards more maybe professional workers, people, the unit sizes are smaller, the rents would be considerably higher, they're maybe a little bit more urban of a product, for lack of a better term, a little more dense and more mixed use areas. So the product looks a little bit different into the future as well, which tends to keep the student ratios down also. So that's why you see the overall projections for multifamily moving forward on average are about 0.17 versus the 0.27.
So to continue on the story about the decreasing ratios in single family, I talked a lot about that small incoming kindergarten class and each of those classes being smaller each year for the past 4 years. And that is contributing to this because the houses are still being built, so that denominator is still getting bigger, but the numerator is not growing as quickly because of those smaller and smaller incoming kindergarten classes that then matriculate to first grade as a smaller first grade class and a smaller second grade class. And so I also mentioned that the new housing construction has fewer students overall. And so again, the new houses are being built, the denominator is getting larger, but there are not as many students occupying those homes. And so that is what is happening with what is driving this decreased ratio of students per home. But again, it varies across the district.
And the work at home trend that you're seeing, is that across all the other schools you're looking at as well, or is that unique here in Leander?
I haven't honestly paid that close of attention to it. In general, my comment about all of your questions about the ACS data is I encourage you to take it with a grain of salt because the ACS data is based on a very small sample size because it's done annually. So there's the decennial census that's done every 10 years that is more thorough. but it doesn't ask all of these questions about how much money do you make and what is your house worth and where do you work and all of those things. Those questions are sent every year to a small sample that's about 2.5% of the population. And so you will see fluctuations in ACS data from year to year. And so I like to look at the ACS data as a whole and sort of look at general trends, but not put too much weight on specific comparisons.
I'd like to talk a little bit about slide 19. I'm having some questions there, if we could go back to that one. Sorry, it's the one that has the projected new single-family occupancies. So as we're looking at this one, we're just looking at family occupancies. We don't know if, we're not talking about young families, we're not talking about kinder, and we're just looking at, and are we only looking at new development with this as well?
So these are just added occupancies or new occupancies, as we call them. So this is, when we project the housing occupancies, we're simply looking at those that are being added to existing, so new occupancies.
Okay, so where we see our darkest colors, we know that that's where we're gonna, I guess I'm looking at this and I'm looking at different areas, and I know we talk about regeneration and we talked about that. What families ask me is, well, do you think that there'll be a huge shift when interest rates go down? And when will that move the needle in some of these areas, right?
So that's a great question. This does not look at all the regeneration question. So it does not look at existing homes that might be sold or being turned over. This is simply looking at where new homes are being developed that could be occupied. So that's a good thing to clarify for this. So those other areas are in a lot of what Stacy showed later on with densities, and that's a whole different dynamic that kind of plays into this. And a big question across districts too is, as the mortgage rates come back down, will some of those homes go back on the market, and what effect might that have? Yeah, great question, but that is not reflected on this slide at all. So thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a couple of points that I know we talked about, the birth rate. I mean, the birth rate across the United States is down like 3% right now. And so it doesn't surprise me that families it's slowing down here as well. I do think that the rising cost of childcare is probably a factor in people's decisions to have a family. And until there's some kind of help for young families, it's just really, really hard to even think about having a kid. The interest rate factor, I think, is a really good point. Bruce and I were just kind of chit-chatting a little bit. It's like, if I sold my house, I couldn't get my interest rate that I have right now. I'm not going anywhere. And all my kids are grown, so I get it. It's really tough out there for young families. And so that, and then I found it interesting, it was an interesting point of our ISD, that the average age of the adults in the system is older. And so we know that, families are, if they are having young kids, they're starting their families older. That's when they have more money. Like we know, kids are expensive. So just a couple of anecdotal things. I don't really have a question. Thank you.
So I wanted to clarify the colors on slide 14, just how to read it. That one, yeah. So the green size, that's the size of the enrollment or the size of the capacity of those charter schools?
The green spots represent charter schools, existing charter schools that are enrolling residents of Leander ISD. The size of the dot represents relatively how many students are coming from Leander ISD.
Okay.
So that biggest size dot is more than 100 students from Leander ISD are attending that school.
And then the red is those, not the dots, but the red for the map is the number of students from that zip code or that
Attendance
area,
zone.
that attendance zone, that are not attending school here.
Correct.
But going to one of these charter schools.
That's correct.
Okay.
Or
And-
attending a charter school.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, hold on.
Before I became a school board member, this is just interesting anecdotal because we keep talking about why people attend or why they don't attend public school. It's been noted a few times here, my children don't. I have 4 of them. And I was threatened with jail 3 times by asking questions before I was a school board member. Before I was a school board member. I think there has been a lot of wishful thinking in previous reports, and I think the bill is coming due. In the Treviso neighborhood, some wonderful people came up and lobbied for a school earlier in citizen comments. And I counted 4, 5, 6. I counted 6 schools within 15 minutes of the Treviso neighborhood that could take 400, almost 400 or 400 or more students, which would easily take the 1,500 kids they say is school eligible. It's been hard for 3 years coming to these meetings and listening to these comments where we need more, we need more. What we should have been doing for some time is utilizing what we have. Canyon Ridge, 4 Points Middle School, something should have been done differently. When I toured with Dr. Gearing 4 Points Middle School last year, I thought the entire second floor was empty, that the school was hardly used. The basketball court in the secondary auxiliary gym looked so perfectly polished. There's not a use. And I think the bill is coming due, and we need to use what we have.
So we have a long-range planning committee. We have a long-range planning committee, and that's part of what they're looking into. We also did a transportation rezoning exercise that the community rejected because it was going to require that kids wake up really early, even earlier, and spend even longer on buses. And so the expanse of the district from all the way from the south to the north, over 200 square miles, we have the schools, they're just not in the right spots right now. And moving kids around is, we've looked into that, and the long-range planning committee also continues to look into what can be done. Because it might look like it's 15 minutes, but not all parents are gonna get in a car. Once everybody's getting a car to drive the kids, because they can't spend 15 minutes if they're being picked up, then the roads are gonna be clogged. So it's more complicated than it seems.
Yeah, one of the things that kind of is a little bit exciting to looking at this data, I think at first it's kind of scary. We're not, you know, there's some areas that aren't growing. I think we see areas where we are growing. One of the things that I know, all my kids went to LISD schools, right? From kindergarten to, I have graduates in college and ones in high school, is what we love about Leander, what many people love about Leander are neighborhood community schools, right? It's precious to people. They want a neighborhood school. And I think that we've been in this fast growth, that it's just been fast growth, right? It's been a school, and thank you, Jimmy, for, you know, I look at all that growth that had to happen during that time, and it was great. Well, I also feel like we're at this place where we're plateauing, and now we can pause and really be like, hey, let's pause and be really intentional about what comes next. You talked about that middle school that we rezoned and we were able to move some things and push that middle school off, right? And so I'm looking at this data and looking at where we clearly know we need elementary school, because I don't think anybody wants to bus their child, you know, long distances. We like walking to our neighborhood schools. It's, you know, last year when we had discussions about what do we do in this one area, you had hundreds of parents come in here and talk about save our schools. It's precious to us to be able to walk our kids to schools and neighborhoods. I think it gives us an opportunity to think about, okay, in these areas, do we need to do K through 8? If we do something here, can we not have to build a middle school, right? Can we do something innovative? I also think about the intentionality when we talk about charter schools and some of these families that we've never seen. What was really important to them was a K through 8 innovative academy. What was really important to them, I've heard the commercial over and over for the all-girls school charter that's opening. I've had folks ask me, are we gonna do something like that? You know, we thought about a STEM academy. We've talked about Innovative Academy with New Hope and thought about what else could we do with New Hope now that we've talked about now doing New Hope justice and having this building, right, for New Hope. And we've had a parent reach out to us and say, I know we're not doing extracurriculars and sports at New Hope because that's not what it's built for, but what about academic UIL? Like, that doesn't need, you know, I just think it allows us to, hey, let's be really intentional about what happens now. And where's that STEM academy? And can we do a language program, right? Can we do a K through 8 small campus environment? I think it's really neat to see, okay, when we did this middle school rezone, we were able to push out that next one. Well, what if we look at the next campuses that we're talking about, because we know we need to do these, because neighborhood schools are important to what we stand for. And I think at the same time, we're gonna have some small schools. And how do we think differently about how we can be fiscally responsible and not have a big school? Because neighborhood schools are important to LISD. How do we make that happen? And so I'm looking at you right now. I'm looking at both Jimmy and Jeremy. I'm looking at y'all both because we've done it this way, and we had to do it that way because we were fast growth. We were having because no one, you know, we don't want our kids busting at the seams in a 130% capacity school. Well, okay, well, some of these schools, they're moving that way, so we need to do something. And some of these schools that enrollment is reducing, what can we do to be really intentional? And we have the room and we have the time right now to think about what can we provide our community in there that will maybe draw some of those families back. Or maybe we'll get them looking at LISD. They didn't think about that before because they really wanted a small K through 8. Well, hey, we provide that. Or maybe they really want an all-girl academy, an all-boy academy, you know, and some of the things that we've seen in other districts. So I think that it's a change of thinking, right? But I think that it could be exciting to think about this in a new way, a really intentional, how can we do this in a way that really honors what LISD is, right? When we think about the Leander way, we think about community schools. We think about community schools for our families, and I think that this could be really exciting for us right now,
So I would like to give you some numbers. If a house in a neighborhood, they build a school, it goes up relatively 10 to 20% That's a good thing, right? Everyone loves their value to their house to go up. And in a neighborhood model, that's what happens. But if a school closes, the value of that neighborhood can go down as much as 30% per house. And now I personally lived in a neighborhood where they started closing schools because they did the neighborhood model and they overbuilt. And my house value dropped 55%. I have direct experience with this. Part of the reason I'm on the board. It really is. And I agree, this is an exciting time. We could do something different, and I am totally against closing any school without going through every single thing possible. It is very disingenuous to say every neighborhood needs a school, but we're gonna still close some in yours, knowing that your property value will be affected. So I am totally against closing any school.
So for the record, this board has made it very clear, I'm not sure if you attended those board meetings or not, but we are not closing any schools because we value our neighborhood schools.
I just wanted to make it clear
Anyway,
where my stance
so
is. Thank you.
I want to know, we have a opportunity. I really wanted to say that word tonight. We really do. Because I know this district, we have not seen kind of a PASA report like this, right? But we knew it was coming. And when I look at this picture, I know some trustees in the state of Texas get a little nervous and whatnot. But for me, what I look at this, I'm like, this is our opportunity, and I'm gonna quote our new area assistant superintendent, our time to be competitive with education. Because if we look at these charter campuses that are coming in, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this, I'm a parent who did attend a charter school when I lived out of state, because that was what was available to me in my neighborhood. You have a lot of individuals who are moving, and we see the red. A lot of them are coming not from Texas, but from out of states where charter schools are your local neighborhood school. So their perception of what our neighborhood school is and what those charter schools is a lot different, and not to mention they're funded different, but we're not gonna go there. So, and when I see this picture, and I live in the north, everyone knows my kid goes to Tarvin, and we are exploding at the seams. And we look at that area, and you've got North, you've got Tarvin, you've got Aiken, you've got Rutledge, you've got Larkspur, and what their capacity is. We know the kids are there. We can see it coming. And we also know those charter schools are coming there. But we know those parents, they moved to Leander ISD for a reason. And you talk to any of those parents, they are Rouse hard, I'm gonna tell you right now. They love that feeder pattern. And so for me, when I look at this, I'm like, man, what can we do to really bring that choice that public schools offer already? Like we have Tarvin as an inquiry-based academy. We know parents want and they're seeking that model. What does an IB school look like? We know we have 2 IB schools in this district. However, we could improve them. And we know that's one of those alternative learning education models that many of these people moving in from charter schools from out of state, that's what they want. They want that. And I mean, we also have kids who love that traditional K through 5. And you know what's the great thing about this district? We have a great transfer policy that if a parent does not want to go to that innovative academy, look at the list of elementaries available. So I'm kind of looking forward to this. I'm excited in a way because we really get to do what we do best. Giving students the education environment they need and really, really giving it everything we got. I'm excited, guys. This is some good stuff. And to also mention about the 2020 potential rezone that we did of 18,000 students. Y'all, I have one kid that goes to Glenn and another that goes to Stiles. Y'all know it takes me 35 minutes to drive there. 35 minutes because of the traffic. I don't want another parent to sit in traffic, nor do I want our bus drivers to deal with all that. So guys, I'm gonna try to look at the positive here. We've got some great things happening, I feel like, and a chance to really, really do what's best for each and every student with their innovative academies.
I do see in the packet here, there's that transfer information that shows students, the number of students, the column of students transferring, or the net transfers, whether it's transfer in or transfer out. We do have some schools, like looking at the elementary, for example, you can see that where we have the dual language programs, there's a huge influx to transfer in. So that's a program that people like and take advantage of, and that's what causes schools like Baghdad and Reed to be larger in size, in enrollment size. There are some that, one in particular that was really surprising to me, that had a large transfer number, but I don't know what program they have. And I was wondering if it's a way that we can check in with our transfer parents and find what is attractive about these schools, and then see how we can leverage that for some other schools. And the specific school I was talking about was Deer Creek. It just had that huge transfer. It could be because it was a small school and people like small schools and they transferred in. But there are other programs, other schools too that might have some programs. And you talked about charter schools. When I'm sitting on, I'm sorry, okay.
So that would be attributed to the early childhood program. We actually have a community there. You see that also at Giddens. Yes.
Thanks. So it's early childhood. Okay. Thanks. And there are other schools that might have some other things going on. So I think it's helpful to know what people like about schools, and also where it's a negative. And I'm looking more at the secondary level, is why that's happening. We talked about early college, high school, or New Hope being some of the reasons, but just really making sure that it's those and not something else. And so that would be very helpful to know.
So you can get...
The last point that I was trying to make was when we're talking about charter schools, they do advertise. I mean, we don't.
Oh, yeah, they have a lot of money.
So when they advertise, I see those, especially in the summer, I see a lot of those ads all the time. And our SCR, we use our social media to highlight what good they don't have that budget to do that, so.
I think that's important to note.
Yeah,
is
because
their
I was
budget.
thinking, like, whenever there's someone who does a USPS change of address, they should get a Leander ISD glossy, but people, they'll kill us, because that's just gonna blow your budget.
When I look at those numbers, and, yes, I've heard the commercial over and over about the Girls Academy that's about to open, right? And I was talking to some neighbors that have young children, and they were like, that's kind of exciting to us, but they said, we won't go because our girls are gonna be legacies, and then they're gonna, they see the whole thing. They're like, they're gonna be in band, and we want that, and that's important to them, but I do think it's an opportunity. And when you were talking about Mason and Grandview, I was thinking about IB, right? A lot of charters, especially in other states where folks are coming, it's these IB charters. And so really creating this IB elementary hub that, people in our district will drive to, right? To be able to go to Grandview for that, be able to go to Mason for that IB. And so, yeah, maybe it's not all those commercials, but I'm thinking more within our district of letting people know, like, these are the innovative academies that are available to you, and being able to give that option. And I think, it might be hard for people who have never attended our schools. Mr. Gauthier, his kids have never attended our school, so he doesn't know what a neighborhood school is like.
That's not true.
And
My kids went there for a year and a half.
Okay, went there for a year and a half, so doesn't experience like the neighborhood school. And it is something that's powerful in Leander, right? I mean, it's something that's precious to our community. So I do want to think about, we need to keep our neighborhood schools open, even when they're low enrolled. But let's figure out what can we do with that space. And I know Long Range Plan is looking at it. There's been some great ideas. I think about 4 Points Middle School, and think about ACC. Maybe, we have a room there for our dual credit courses, and we have an ACC hub, because it's really hard for students down in that corridor to get up to Cedar Park, up 620. So I just think, what an opportunity for us to have some of this space right now and be able to do some really intentional learning opportunities for our community. So, I don't know. I think it's exciting. I'm sorry, Francesca.
I have a question. First, there's a lot of admin in this room who worked on those rezones that would help us save all that money on not having to build the bigger schools. So thank y'all so much for all the work on there. A lot of people don't know that I am a dual feeder pattern board member as well. My children are in the Leander High School feeder pattern, and I have 3 siblings that just recently finished graduating from the Vandergrift feeder pattern. So the neighborhood school concept is very important to me all the way around. And what I'm seeing, and if y'all could confirm this is both a PASA and an admin question. From what I'm seeing in this data supports the need for 31 and 32 that our community showed up and voted for. They voted by a huge margin to support those 2 schools through the bond, but it also seems like there is a decreased need for further construction on brand new schools for the high school and the middle school. Is that correct?
So if we talk 31 and 32, the locations of those 2 sites are within your dark red heat map, okay? And so with 31, technically that site being up in the northeast, you see a lot of growth there. And then with 32 and that site being in the Treviso area. So based on the growth in that area, there's going to be a lot of projected elementary students, especially in the Treviso area over the next 5 years, and Parkside on the river in the next 5 years. So there's 2 communities contributing to that area. But they are adjacent to other areas and other campuses, right, that are underutilized to some extent. And so, but basically where those sites are exactly in those dark red areas.
And so if between the long range and what admin wants to do and what the community determines is best for their areas, if we were to use innovative academies like a K-8 at either one or both of those sites, would that also serve to help take some of the tension off of the middle schools?
So one thing to consider with a K-8, it's just not enough. It's not just adding enough classrooms and supporting spaces to provide K-8 students. There's also some ancillary infrastructure they would have to go to support that, and not all these sites can support all of that, right? A large football field, et cetera. And so we have to consider that when we're looking at alternative solutions to these campuses in these sites, especially in the Treviso area and the size of that property. So we have to consider that. We can start there, but then we have to consider some of the other implications that may be tied to a decision like that. But it still can be explored, absolutely. And then on your middle school, high school, yes. Based on these statistics, you'll see from a middle school standpoint, the need isn't within the next 10 years. From high school, you'll see that Rouse does get to like the 3,000 mark. There's a peak in there, but you'll also see in that 5-year mark, it starts to trend downward again. And so we need to watch that closely, but there's other instances where our campuses would creep up really, really high. We're able to accommodate it, sustain it for a couple of years, waiting for those to trickle down. And whenever we open a new school, what do? We have to look at attendance boundaries. And with that, you have the grandfathering effect. And then so sometimes you don't really realize what the savings that you believe you would from an enrollment standpoint, and that being just a short period of time in that 5-year period. But those are things that we need to watch, and it's a good thing we do these every year because we can track that.
So one of the things that we talked about was Leo and New Hope High School, where to place those. And of course, placing those will result in an existing building having to be moved, the students rezoned elsewhere. So when we talk about new schools, like talking about investigating 31 and 32 for when and where, well, we have the sites. Can we also, you talked about zoning after. Isn't it a good time to look at all these needs that the district has that we've had in the bond and look at those and look at where those students are going to end up, because it's going to make some other schools increase their enrollment in other schools because maybe one, I don't know how many schools it's going to affect. But then at the same time, looking at 31 and 32 and looking at the school, looking at where they will pull from and where it would affect. So kind of looking at everything at the same time as opposed to doing it in sequence. I think that that's just what I have to offer on that.
Yeah, I agree. There's so many components. You mentioned transportation as well. And so if students do have to attend another school, that's probably not going to be within walking distance. And then so there's a transportation component, a traffic component, and how do those existing campuses, how would they accommodate that? And can they? And when we look at 32, if it was to be in Treviso, in 5 years, there's going to be more elementary kiddos in that community itself. And so if it wasn't constructed, then there's a lot of kids coming out of Treviso going to another campus. So there's so many components that, as a long-range planning committee, that they have to consider when they're evaluating these opportunities or probabilities as you define them. Yes.
How long does it actually take to build an elementary school?
So I would give 24 to 25 months by the time we need to be designing to when we move in, right? And so you're going to start probably in May, and then 25 months later, you'll be ready to move in based on today's timing.
I mean, one of the other, how are the cost escalations looking? Because that's another thing. Because if you look at, we need the school, yeah, you don't want to build a school and it's going to sit there empty or what have you. Yeah, we don't want to do that. But how are the cost escalations looking these days?
We don't know year to year what the cost escalation is going to look like, but what we do know, we try to anticipate. So if we know when that campus is going to open, when we propose a bond, and we believe it's going to open in 2028, then our costs are going to try to accommodate escalation on a yearly basis. And so sometimes you hit that target. It's very difficult with the costs right now. It does seem some things are stagnating, right? And so they're leveling off, but others may pop up. So, in the next 4 to 5 years, we're probably not going to be open at a school in the next, 2 to 3 years. And so there's some things that could change. It could change for the good. It could change for the bad. But we constantly watch that, and we build our bonds based on what we believe the market could do, according to the experts and consultants we have on board. So it's a moving target.
I think a good example is, we just opened North 2 years ago, and they are at 103%. Tarvin was open, no, North was 2, Tarvin was 3, 102%, and it's in that section where we're seeing the majority of the growth. My concern delaying 31, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where student ratios in the classroom are going to exceed numbers that parents, it's going to make parents unhappy. I mean, I'm one of those parents right now, 29 kids in my 5th grade class. It's not okay, right? And we see the growth there. So for me, it's like, we know the data is there. We see it coming. We obviously did a great job at building North and Tarvin where they're at because we saw that population coming. But for me, it's like 31 needs to happen. And then on top of that, I'll be honest with you, when I saw this pasta, I keep wanting to call it a pasta report. I wish it was. I think it's great the district is getting to the end of building buildings. It's great. 31, 32, possibly. But when I saw that, I started getting a little heartburn because you see those numbers for that section of Ronald Reagan where Park's out on the river. We know it's cut in half between Georgetown ISD and LISD. You have that whole area exploding. I'm not saying we need a middle school, not saying that, not saying we need a high school, but that's where I really feel like this district needs to dig into innovative academies. We've got to figure out a way to ensure that we can shave some of those students off. And I mean, Rouse scares me. Going down Raider Way with 3,000 high school students, y'all, that is not the life I want for me. However, I do feel like we have campuses underutilized in this certain section of the district. Well, parents like me, and y'all know, I will drive if that's the right environment for my students. So I would just like to throw that out there. I want to task this board and Jeremy and your team to just be innovative and creative when we talk about these K-8 academies, because we're not just trying to provide choice, we're really trying to not build a middle school, another middle school and a high school, and that's gonna save our community a lot of money.
Anna, you touched on something when Heisel School was coming in. Most of you, especially because you live in the north, were wondering why it wasn't going to be filled with more. And the current number has it at 580 with a capacity of 823. And I agreed with you. I didn't understand why there wasn't a bigger shift, and maybe it was because of grandfathering and people didn't want to move over, but sometimes we do, as a board, have to just make some tough decisions. So I agree with you in some ways that definitely this is an interesting time. We need to get a little creative, and we need to move some of the people around where we have space currently, and that would alleviate it immediately right now. 100 kids move over. Now, I'm not saying that because we want to do that. School already started, obviously, but for next year, possibly. I mean, look at the numbers and just see where we could make it easier.
So right now it shows on this report, Heisel's at 70%, next year will be 77. We also need to take into account a lot of these schools in the north side are a pre-K hub. And that is why I'm so glad and so grateful this community voted for an early childhood center. And we have some in our community who don't think we need it. We need it, the numbers show it. So imagine if we were to build more ECCs out of these repurposed buildings, what those schools would look like.
So I'm going to try to make this one, it's my second question, I'm going to get shorter. Page 111, we have a percent of public school students in charters. And I just want to ask you, because you look at these studies and y'all have worked on these numbers. When I'm looking at it, I see one school kind of up to the north in the red, and it's hitting 10.5%, one school district. And I see another peer district that we look at a lot, and it's hitting 10.7. So 10.5 and 10.7 right in the middle. And on either side, like if you look at the wing flaps, the one district over to the side is at 6.7%, and we're at 6.3%. So to me, it seems like there is a trend when you're looking like right down the middle of that corridor of how the charter schools are growing. And so I just wanted to make sure, am I seeing that correctly on that trend? And if that is correct, then what would be the next step?
It has everything to do with I-35. And that's where the charter schools are located, along that corridor. And you can see it on this map. The green dots are the students from Leander who are attending charter schools, and you see how they're all in the line. It's all along I-35. It's because that's where the schools are located, and they are pulling more students from the districts that you mentioned because that's where they're located, but they're still pulling some students from the external districts.
And then it looks like 183 is the next target. So, I mean, all they need to do is just watch pass-up presentations, and they know where to place their schools. It's free research. No, but seriously, that's free market research. So then when it comes to looking at secondary and looking at, say, Glenn, that was one that we had projected to be over 3,000 at some point, but with rezoning, it looks like it's in a really nice spot. And Rouse is the one that is now showing those it has always shown those large numbers. And so I just thought that looking at opportunities, that would be an opportunity that maybe the long range planning committee, when they're looking at innovative academies, maybe there could be something very interesting in Glen that can be more attractive to, say, Rouse. Because it's just across the highway, so.
I want to caution you on that.
Yeah.
Because we know where we see a lot of the growth, right? Parkside on the river. We got to remember we have the county doing the construction on that, and that is a mess. It takes me right now to get from Tarvin to Glen about 25 minutes, not with traffic. There's a lot. But to what you're saying, and I'm just going to throw this out here. One thing I talked with Dr. Gearing was, why not put an extra wing onto either Glen or Rouse? What does that look like, right? Instead of having to shift people down, because I'm going to tell you right now, people in the Rouse feeder pattern, we're Rouse strong, and we love our high school. So I like what you're saying, Sade, like how do we promote the programs we have or try to bring a program at Glen, but Rouse, I mean, what does that look like? Could we add a wing onto there, like just to help support the growth? I don't want portables because that's a child's entire high school year. That is not okay. We're not that district. We're not that district.
I want to go back to what Gloria said about the intentionality, because I liked your discussion about we can look at this in a way of like exciting, like we have time. Now let's think about what's going on. We're not doing that. We're not in that rapid, fast growth. Although by definition, we're still fast growth. We're not in that fast growth. Right, exactly. And so here's my question, and you have to have an answer. I just kind of want to make sure, from what it looked like in my mindset when I was sitting there in long range, and as a board member in 2015, 2016, X number of kids means we need to build X number of seats. And I'm wondering if it needs to look different now. X number of kids don't necessarily mean like you have to build this huge school system. You can build innovative academies, and how does that look? And what happens, or how do we help start with this shift of perspective of how can we do this differently when we've done it so much the same, right? We used to get the PASA report, let's say, okay, we got to build X number of schools, let's go to Bond and go build those number of schools. It feels like this is different. And so trying to think about that, because when on long range, I hear y'all's discussion going, hey, we love our neighborhood schools, that's what we're about. But it felt like, for me, I'm not saying for anybody else, but when I was listening to conversations, I thought I heard, okay, well, we want to make great use of our facilities. We want to make sure we squeeze every dollar out of it. So we might have to optimize these facilities, which might also mean making them something else that's not a school. And what it sounds like we're talking about here is maybe that doesn't have to be the answer. Maybe we can rethink about this. And that's different than, what I heard. And I just want to make sure I'm hearing that right, because I think that is exciting to think about that.
You know, you gave me my opportunity. We talk a lot about site-based committees and being able to decide. Sorry, you know I was going to go there. But we have a system in place where our communities have a seat at the table through their site-based committee. And I know the long-range planning committee put together a matrix. Like, we talked about this when we had the long-range planning conversation, is how can we get that trickle down so those impacted by these under-enrolled campuses can really decide what's best for their community. I mean, that is the ultimate choice, right? That's the choice that they're going to have. And so I like that.
Well, but you don't have to use the matrix just to re-optimize, to say we can't use campuses for this anymore. We can think about it different, and I think that's exciting
I know, it's a problemtunity. I love it.
Problemtunity, but I do think that conversation takes a bit of intentionality, because we've always done it one certain way for so long. So what does that look like from administration, and what does that conversation look like when you go have conversations with long range? And so I'm excited to see how that kind of changes.
So I have a little question. I know it's a little jump in the head, but on 8C5 tonight, discuss and consider approval of a resolution to grant the superintendent authority to continue wages for employees due to emergency school closures. I know, like I said, I'm jumping ahead, but I do not want schools to close.
No, it's not
Period.
about that.
Paul, do you know
It's
what
about,
that item's for?
It's about 2 days ago.
Two days ago, the Vandergrift feeder pattern was closed because of the gas leak. And we're making sure that we're paying our staff. It's not about, we're not talking about school closure, right?
Okay, well, do you see
And
possible
actually,
correlation where some people could be concerned?
No.
No, not at all.
No, because if they clicked on the link, they would read.
So it's
if you click
so
on-
that would be a temporary just for that thing.
Oh,
Shouldn't
have
be
you read the
shouldn't it be an
agenda item?
amendment to it then, just for that one thing, that incident?
Go ahead.
Click on the link.
Go click on the link.
Click
It'll
on the
tell you what it
link.
is. There's like a whole there's a whole thing about it. And also our board chat.
For the people at home, they don't get to see everything that we see.
Oh,
The
they see
people
it.
at
It's
home
in the
can
public
also
agenda.
click on the link. The board agenda is online, so anyone who saw that could click on it. And it's a hyperlink, and you click on it, and you can read all about it. And anyone that was in the Vandergrift feeder pattern knew what was happening, and anyone on the board that was reading the board chat when all of that was happening would also know that.
Just want to clarify for the people that aren't in the Vandergrift pattern. Not everyone
Right.
is.
No, I get that, but also, so anything that's a hyperlink, you can click on it, and then it gives you all the details. Well, thank you. That was a lot of information. I think that we have a lot of conversation to continue having. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Trish. I didn't realize. Trish had another question. We're going back. Hold on one second.
You knew, well, it's my last one. You knew what it was though, because I'd given you a heads up. One of the things that we're talking about is open enrollment. How does that change things? And you've been asked this question from more than one district. So, yes.
This is not an uncommon question. I get it a lot. And at this point, I can say that many of our client districts don't find open enrollment to be the magic bullet that they hope it to be. But our staff is working on a little mini project to collect some data from other districts to try to understand changes in transfers into the district before and after a policy was enacted. And that data will be given to your long-range planning committee because it's my understanding that that was the charge of the board, right? So with that being said, it's very, very difficult to find comparables that are truly comparable because there are so many factors that go into students choosing to transfer into a district or to another school. And so it's difficult to find examples that are close enough in all of these factors to be able to draw conclusions. But we're looking into it and we'll give that data to your committee.
Thank you. Yes, that was a good question. Yes, so before we wrap up, I really want to thank two people that are here that are sitting right behind y'all. That's Marty and Jimmy. So much of this work, so much of all this growth, all of this is really from decades of all the love and research and work that you guys have done and that have led. And I just really want to give you all a round of applause. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick photo. So we're going to take a photo with Jimmy and Marty. And so if we can do that real quick. Okay, a little change in order tonight. Actually, it's in the agenda this way, so it's not really a change. It's just a change from what we typically do. We're going to break into closed right now. And so this is item 7. It's our closed session. And it is 9:31 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 7A, Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. 7B, Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. 7C, Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. is 10:04, and the board is returning to open session, and we do not have any motions related to closed agenda. So we're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is 8A1, discussion of the 2023-24 LISD Community-Based Accountability System, Part 2. Here we go.
I've never stood at this side of this. Good evening. We are here with my partners and colleagues to share with you these Part 2 of our 2023-24 Community-Based Accountability System Report. And our purpose this evening is to continue to build that capacity around why Leander ISD is engaged in a community-based accountability system. We want to share highlights tonight from goals 3, 4, and 5 from our report, and we want to introduce the community-based accountability system executive summary. So you've seen certainly this slide. The next few slides are just kind of a recap from what we shared during our first meeting. So for those in our community that were not able to participate or view our presentation from our last meeting, I certainly invite you to do that. This slide represents the role that CBAS plays, our community-based accountability plays in our system. So we think about our 5-year strategic plan, and that was based on what our community stated they wanted, their hopes and dreams for their children. And it is our roadmap for our district of what we want to achieve. Our community-based accountability is how we are holding ourselves accountable to what we've stated in our strategic plan. Our district and campus improvement plans are our 1-year work toward that, which all of that feeds into our board and superintendent evaluation. So this is focused, our community-based accountability system is focused on our 5 goal areas. And we actually hold ourselves more accountable than what we do within our state accountability report. So you can see in our state accountability, we do not have any measures for Goal 2, empowered staff, Goal 3, impactful family engagement, or for Goal 5, safe and innovative learning environments. But you can see that we have within our community-based accountability system, we are holding ourselves accountable to each and every one of those areas. So within our report tonight, just to remind you from our last time, we have items that we are highlighting with strengths and with opportunities for growth and improvement. And we have this year included QR codes for those that want a much more comprehensive look at the data. So we cut down the report, we condensed that, but we also wanted to provide that for any community members who wanted to take just a deeper look. So I turn it over now to my colleagues for Goal 3, impactful family engagement.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, members of the board. My name is Christina Hardy. I'm your Chief Communications Officer, and joining me today is Area Superintendent Angela Hodges, and we are going to go through our presentation of what is presented in the CBAS report for impactful family engagement. So I think it's important to note that when Brenda was mentioning there's a lot of data to process, I am grateful that the report is able to condense this into a story that tells something about where we are in year 3 of our strategic plan. And this is really the theme that comes to mind when I think about and assess what we have in place. The house don't fall when the bones are good. And I feel very confident that our bones are very strong. If the foundation in our relationships, interactions, connections are strong and well built, It can withstand challenges and won't crumble, even if other aspects might seem less than perfect. And so this, to me, really encompasses a lot more than just impactful family engagement, but for purposes of this report, I feel like we're gonna go with that. I really do feel like our bones are strong, and I'm so excited to see what we can do year 3 to year 5. So our strategic plan is really helping us examine our bones, our structures, and our process, and implement supports in areas where we need to build trust. However, this is also going to make way for opportunities where we can showcase the power of our relationships, this foundation of trust, and where we can go. I think we're setting ourselves up for success. So taking a look now, to what degree do we foster positive relationships by demonstrating mutual respect for the diverse perspectives of all Leander ISD stakeholders? This is that family involvement dimension over time, and to see how much progress we've made over a short amount of time with where we were when we surveyed initially in that post-COVID atmosphere at 66%, still feeling like we are doing an excellent job in maintaining those relationships, but a 9% difference 2 to 3 years later with respect to when the surveys were done. I think that is showing that we're implementing things and revamping things to ensure that we're keeping our families and our partnerships first. I love the idea that over the past 2 years, we have our faith-based leaders that is led by Dr. Gearing, and with the support with Dwayne Street, the involvement and the reboot of our families and our partnerships through Leadership LISD, which I feel has been instrumental in building trust, and simple things as instituting and implementing the SPED Advisory Committee and listening and truly being able to allow a space where we're actually allowing our families to process and to reflect on the issues that they're facing. So I want to go now and dig a little deeper into what we were able to accomplish over the past year. I think our evidence of success can be pointed to one particular project or initiative, and then the layers that are involved in all of the things that involve the building of trust. And so if you take the idea of building a school community like we did over 23-24, and starting off with the construction, which was possible through a bond oversight committee, which involved parents and other community partners to use bond savings to allow for the construction of the building, and that their approval and oversight of that. Not to mention their involvement with our parents and our students, allowing that voice and choice through the naming of the school, the trust in the tension of what we accomplished in the rezoning of that school, and then to enjoy the levity of being able to name a mascot in an atmosphere where you were in a park and families and meeting staff and creating those great deep connections right off the beginning. And this laid the foundation for what we saw at the beginning of the 24-25 school year with the opening of Heisel and the beautiful ceremony that we saw in the dedication and how multi-generational it was. It was very inspiring. So when you think about all of these things and how they're layered and how they contribute, I do feel like we're creating an atmosphere where we're warm and tender to the moments where we can continue to build trust. Likewise, with our Culture of Voting initiative, starting here with the board, creating that Culture of Voting resolution to allow for us to create awareness around the issues of voting, our SCR team creating access and resources via our webpage, giving another platform for creating communication, seeing what rampant that is with our student voter registration efforts that started last year and now spilling into this year, and then taking advantage of great opportunities to partner with our League of Women Voters around community voter registration, which we are seeing progress that might not result in the numbers, but we are doing the community support and goodwill that are a result of this initiative speak more volumes than the actual transition of voters through that experience, although I do feel like it will grow stronger as the initiative continues. I also do want to mention that last year we did an excellent job of taking an event in April, like our total solar eclipse, which kind of led us through a lot of unknowns and a lot of uncertainty, and guiding through how do you do impactful family engagement around an atmosphere of uncertainty. Again, the trust in the tension. And I am so grateful that not only did that event go very well, but it also opened the doors for us to really concentrate on what we want our engagement efforts to look like. And so I'll have Angela take that.
And I want to kick that part off by just giving a little bit of a background on the experience of the total solar eclipse in the scenes, behind the scenes version, right? So when we were talking about whether or not we were going to keep school going or cancel school, there was a lot of fear of the unknown. What happens if they show up and they all show up and I don't know how to accommodate? What happens if they don't show up? How am I going to count attendance? Do I excuse it? Do I not? How do I make sure that things are safe? How do I make a really amazing environment for parents and families to join too? And how do we stay calibrated? And all of these questions were coming to all of us. And y'all, it was a hashtag #OneLISD moment if you've ever seen one. The minute there was a question about attendance, it was okay, and then who's in the district office that's going to support the communication and provide clarity to our campus leaders around attendance. Safety practices, our entire safety department created guidelines, and we sat with our leaders and talked through those step by step to make sure we all understood and were clear on what needed to happen. When we had campuses that were creating these amazing plans for families to come and join and do picnic style solar eclipse viewing, other campuses started to share resources with each other, and we talked about those together. And we entered that day a little fearful. We had central office staff signups all over the place. Everybody was signed up to go everywhere. And y'all, I don't know about you, but I happened to be in the streets near Parkside when I heard it was incredible. And I remember talking to Dr. Gehring the next day and saying, gosh, that had been hard to be in the position to have to make that choice to keep us in school. And we talked about what that did for students who may not have had that experience had they not come to school. And so that's a perfect example of why we did what you're looking at here. And when you think about secondary schools, there's a lot of natural opportunities for families to be involved in extracurriculars and fine arts and all of those types of things. But in elementary, there's a lot of intentionality that's required to make sure that our doors are open and people feel welcome to be a part of their school community. And so Christine and I paired together with our elementary facilitators. We have one representative from each feeder pattern, and we just started to talk about what are you already doing? And what we noticed in those conversations was some of our campuses hadn't quite bounced back from COVID the way we would have hoped, right? And so what we did was we asked everybody, go out to your feeder patterns and talk about what it is that you do. And we provided them a massive list of all of the different options. Some of our campuses were still only providing virtual opportunities for parent-teacher conferences, right? It wasn't a lot of them, but there were some that were still doing that. And so as we went together and we disaggregated all of that data and talked with our feeder patterns about it, we said, look at, these are some of the things that we are all kind of doing. Can we make this something that we're all about? All of us, every single one of us. And boy, was that a labor of love. It took several months of conversations with our leads and several times for our leads to go back to the feeder patterns and make sure that we were bringing understanding and awareness for all of our leaders. And we created this awesome guiding document. And now as we onboard, we make sure that principals that are coming in have this document. So you see on the far left, there are required engagement efforts. These ended up being things that all of our schools were really, really good at anyway. And we wanted to make sure that we said, this is an expectation that every single school in our district is offering these things, right? So conferences is an example. We just had parent-teacher conferences. Can you offer a virtual? Sure you can, but you have to make sure that an in-person opportunity is available to every parent, right? So that would be an example of one. And then you have all the way across, so strongly recommended engagement efforts. We provide conversations, we provide trainings, we provide guidance around these all the time. And then we wanted to make sure that we still had all of these other additional opportunities. And I will tell you all, if you really anecdotally look at these, our campuses naturally are doing far more than what's even on this sheet of paper. But this just helps us with kind of the foundation and the base to make sure that we're supporting all of our campuses and having some continuity.
I also do want to acknowledge the fact that we heard you. Last year, when we were in the same situation of presenting our CBAS report, you were yearning for some sort of record of how do we ensure that our families can reach out to their teachers in a way that is meaningful and engaging, and this is a product of that. It was something that we were already feeling like we needed to create something tangible around. However, your feedback around it was validating that we needed to take some steps forward. Moving on now to what I think is a bright spot in our communication. Thank you. I think that this is a real bright spot for us when it comes to communication. I think that when you look at the 10% saying too much, it's like Goldilocks, right? 10% is too much, 10% is not enough. 80% say it's just right, the kind of level of communication and that we're creating. And we're not just talking about just sending reminds. We're talking about making our website accessible, our social media presence. And communication comes in all different forms. And so when you have that kind of feedback, I couldn't believe it, quite honestly, because that's really, really hitting a really great spot. But as with anything, when it comes to what we do, we want to take things that are good and make things excellent. And so when I think of our strengths and that we've done over the past year, I also look at our opportunities. So our strengths are, we launched a legacy webpage, which is really intrinsically related to the CBAS report, where we're able to feature our community partnerships and the value that we have with our community in a very unique way. However, I think there is an opportunity to create some brand awareness. We launched our bond webpage. We are now being very transparent with our folks about what we're doing and in what process and phase we are in our bond projects. However, I do think that we need to continue to think about ways where we expand that fleet of bond marketing materials in a way that it is much more visible around the district. And then again, one of our strengths that we identified in the campus engagement efforts is the alignment of our campuses with our social media. And I think that there's some opportunities there to create some consistency in messaging and staff training. And I do want to point out, I really appreciate what you said around the PASA report and marketing our school district. I just want to take this opportunity to say that I feel like our biggest brand ambassadors are the folks that are tied to our school district. The folks that know what we do here speak volumes for what we do, and the folks that we're creating, these folks that are going out into our future world, are a testament to what we do here in the school district. So I do feel like we are best brand ambassadors. And throughout the next school year, I do feel like, Gloria, what you pointed out about taking what we have and marketing our IB programs and marketing our dual language programs and doing a better job around that is tied to what we have included in our district improvement plan. I do, however, feel like there are some grand opportunities that we can do with regard to a recruitment and retention plan, not just for our staff, but for our families and for our students. And so that, I'm committed to that work, and I hope that we can see something fleshed out in a bigger way over the next year.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. I'm here this evening with our Executive Director, Melody Maples. We're going to walk through goal number 4, okay? We were asked to address 3 specific questions. To what extent are we identifying, measuring, and responding to barriers? To what degree are we providing all students knowledge of access? And then the third one, to what extent are we providing equitable resources? So we're going to walk through a couple of things. Thank you. But I wanted to start with this image. I wanted to acknowledge that 60 years ago, the Civil Rights Bill was signed. And before that bill was signed, it would have been impossible for this force of 2 to be a team. And I think about what I would have missed out on as a professional. This individual has made me better, and I'm very happy that the Civil Rights Bill allowed for us to work together. Also want us to be reminded of the countenance of LBJ in this image. If you look at his face, He's a little exhausted. This picture was taken 2 months after the Civil Rights Bill was signed. The Civil Rights Bill granted rights, but Dr. King is pressing him to increase access. This is the hard part. Granting rights is easier. Enhancing access is the hard part. And that's why we changed the name of our office this year. We want to firmly focus on the hard part.
So it's been quite the year for us, and it's been exciting. And as our chief mentioned, it's been a learning experience as well. But we had quite a few things going on as it relates to the first question. To what extent are we measuring, identifying, and responding to the barriers to those access within those programs? So we administered the cultural competency survey to staff twice. That gave us a really good baseline. We're able to continue that then this year. We also have continued to consult with campuses and work with them and alongside them with the leadership and the staff on the professional learning series around specific things that they might have going on for their campus. And I really love when we get that feedback about the value that we're bringing when we do that work. But I think one of the highlights was definitely, as you know, last year we were beta testing our dashboard, which hopefully will become more of a ready tool. And we launched it this summer. And then we took back the feedback, the questions, and all the things that they were asking more for, which is great when we get those questions. And with the famous and very talented Emily Gray's help, added additional opportunities within that dashboard and then did the official launch. And so what you see here is an email response that we ended up receiving from a campus principal about the value that this dashboard will have as it relates to ensuring access and informing decision-making, not just for the students that are present, but those that are, will be with them in the future. So one of the things that we have talked about with this board before, as well as assistant principals, cabinet members, principals, other campus staff members, is one of the things that we always strive towards is what we would call parity when it comes to access. So this is a graph or a data set that demonstrates that parity. I think it also demonstrates one of the strengths that we have as it relates to answering that first question. As I promised, this was not planned, but as the Cedar Park Middle School students shared with us enthusiastically about their involvement in programs, and I don't remember who the kiddo was with that script, but I swear I had nothing to do with that. But talking about they're part of so much, and there's so much about them that they are in. And so there, you can see our students are part of these programs, they're invested in these programs, and that data is then also reflected, that comparable data, in their acceptance and belonging data of the annual surveys. So we always try to make sure that we're looking at several parts when we are trying to answer these 3 questions within Goal 4 of the strategic plan.
So some of the other things that we were able to do last year, we completed a successful residency with the AP DOI group. We wanted to establish a triangle of support around the teachers' practice, the AP, the DOIs, and then I'm pleased to announce that tomorrow we will start a residency with the instructional coaches. So we feel very good about creating that triangle of support. Multiple engagements focusing on cultural competency, data literacy, and inclusive leadership. If you remember one of the earliest report outs that we did together, I went back and I talked about how most of my time, my first year here, was spent with the principal group. So we started with the principal group, we spent a lot of time with the AP DOI group, the instructional coaches are up next. So we're trying to build that support around all of the teachers. And this is a quote from one of the people in AP DOI group. I really connected with the article in Learning Today. The article made me think more deeply about the culture around our district. Some of you know that all of my graduate work is in adult education. In adult education, they talk about the great books model of adult learning. Well, we have the great article model. You know, if you give me a really good article, then we can move people along the continuum of reflective practice, and that's our goal. Everything we do is intentional, and everything has a desired outcome. We also were pleased to present to DWIC, and with the help of our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Grissom, we spent 2 hours with the chiefs back in the spring, focusing on cultural competency and inclusive leadership. Because as the Chiefs group, we have to model what that looks like for people. So it was important that we spend some time with them. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that part of the success, a large part of the success this office has enjoyed goes back to the chief who's sitting at the end of the table and her team. You know, the partnership that we have with SCR was the turning point for this office. I mean, we have the Heritage Podcast. Dr. Gehring pointed out that we were privileged to record one earlier this week with him and Tom Glenn, and it was an amazing thing. I was sitting there listening to Dr. Gehring and Tom Glenn talk, and then I had to remind myself I have to ask a question next, because it was so engaging us listening to them. So we feel good about the work that we're doing, and it's all about moving the entire district along that continuum of reflective practice and enhancing cultural competency, but at the same time, enhancing organizational cohesion. So, this particular slide takes a look at to what degree are we providing all students knowledge of access. You can see year over year there's been an increase, and we are encouraged by that. But we know that, as Christina pointed out, we can always do better. So we're striving to have more avenues that we can push our message out. But we work with the athletic coordinators and the coaches around cultural competency, data literacy, and student engagement. The coaches have a unique voice, and we wanted to leverage that. I know I was an athlete when I was in high school, and my coaches sometimes would say things to me, and I would listen in ways that I wouldn't to everybody else. We are also currently recruiting for a group of educational access ambassadors. The recruitment is complete. We have our first meeting next week, and we're excited about that. So this is a group that will help us get better. They will be almost like a clarion voice for what we're doing in the office, but also bring things back to us that we can get better around addressing the needs of our community. So excited about that meeting, which will take place on October 30th.
Before you get off of there, I want to point out too that we're not only increasing the quality of the response, but the number of respondents, right? And I think that's huge, because we see that trend across the district in all kinds of things, where we have more people participating and doing better. And I think that speaks volumes to access.
Thank you.
I'll forgive you for jumping to that one. That was part of my notes. Just kidding. So when we get to that last question, I think that this is one of the data sets that demonstrates both strengths and opportunity. You think about last year as an area of strength here. This represents, if you compare last year, not only more students responding, but also a 2% decrease from the previous years of those students that responded no, that they were not participating. And specifically, a 2% decrease in that are not active, that there is not an activity that interests me, which means that campuses have really responded to these surveys and tried to find those places. And again, where we see this comparative is to that acceptance and belonging data as well. Additionally, it represents a 2% decrease of the high school and 1% decrease of middle school students reporting that they can't afford to participate. So more students taking the survey, and we have a decrease in the number of students where affordability is a barrier. And as many of you all know and probably were there, when LEAF then presented, obviously, in terms of the Festival of Bands. I always get all the names, they have lots of band things. When they do that, these are the things that they are actively pursuing. And I've been in the district long enough to know that where it started from as that effort and where we are now is quite the achievement. We do know, though, looking at this, there is an opportunity here that we are working on. It does show that almost 20% of both middle school and high school students are reporting that their class schedule is full and they cannot fit it in. And so what we're embarking on is developing with a small committee of district folks that we plan to pilot this spring is a master schedule decision-making review tool. And as was mentioned last year, if you'll remember, that was mentioned, master scheduling is its own thing. And with finite resources and schedule and time and all the other things, we wanted to figure out, based upon this question, what are those things that could potentially be barriers in the decision-making that we can maybe offset and look at. So we will do a very small pilot, and we're still starting to develop what that could look like this year.
All right, and Jeremy and I are excited to be here to round out the report with Goal 5, Safe and Innovative Learning Environments. This area really looks at how our learning environments promote a sense of belonging to ensure each learner feels included, accepted, and safe to be their individual self in our classrooms and our schools, as well as the degree to which we design our buildings, our physical learning environment, including technology and tools to promote student and teacher success as they are engaged in learning.
Okay, so I want to highlight a couple of areas here within the built-in virtual environment that we have. If you haven't heard, we have a long-range planning committee. And so I want to highlight just the increased membership that has undergone. We're up to over 60 participants. We have students, we have parents, we have community members, we have district staff, campus staff. The decisions that they make can impact and influence our entire environment, our learning environment for our students and our staff and our community. So it's very important, the work that they're going to do. We've seen what they can do, and now we know what they're gonna do with the direction that you've given this committee. And so we want to highlight that because it's an extreme focus that we've had and will continue to have throughout the next school year and beyond. But it also goes just beyond what the conversations that we've had. It's also just on our existing facilities. We had that conversation tonight. It's not only about the new facilities, it's about our existing facilities and how we can enhance those facilities to match what you just saw with the long-term plans with our demographics and matching our enrollment projections. And so that is a committee that we can use to help us make decisions and learn about other opportunities in the district. And then we also know about our existing facilities, and there's some needs there. And we've identified some of those, but even from playgrounds and restrooms and classroom renovations. I remember before I got here, the SASAC and some of the things that they brought up. And from a facilities mind, I think that's a priority that we need to make within our existing facilities and new facilities as well. I do want to highlight the picture because when we talk about new learning environments, the opening of Don Heisel is one of those examples. Like I mentioned earlier, we got to do 13 of them in 5 years, but each and every one of them is special in and of themselves, and it provides a new environment for those students in those communities. But we also have some other hands-on learning opportunities that we want to highlight here, just science and classroom equipment in the classroom for our students to be successful, because our learning environments have to promote that student and teacher learning. We have to promote that. And then lastly, I want to talk about our pre-K populations. It's a growing population, and we're going to have an opportunity soon to break ground on the first early childhood center in the northern part of the district. We haven't done this before, and so it's an exciting opportunity working through that. You've seen some of the examples from the committee that was formed to design that facility. Our goal is to begin construction in April of next year and open up for the 26-27 school year. So that's an exciting opportunity that we wanted to highlight. There will be an entirely different, innovative learning environment. So it's just one example of some of the priorities that we've identified.
So when we talk about students feeling safe within their learning environment, it's important for us to look at some perceptual data. How a student or how a parent or how a staff member feels within their environment matters. And so we use our annual surveys to gauge the perceptions of our community and our students in the learning space. And so the graph to the left here, we are excited to see that our trend is going upward. Elementary did dip back 1%. However, we are in the 90% there. Of course, right there, we want to always be at 100%, but we are excited to continue to move in the right direction regarding acceptance and belonging. It's really important here that we have students that are connected to their learning environment. They're connected to their teachers, they're connected to their campus. As you saw tonight with Cedar Park Middle School, whether it's the STEM class or it is the cheer team or it's math club, whatever that might be, we want every student connected and engaged in their learning environment. That helps them feel more safe. And so that's something that our campuses really focus on. Another example that you saw tonight was about multicultural events. It's important that we are celebrating and recognizing and accepting our community, and that is huge when it comes to being safe in our environments, in our learning environments, or whether you're visiting a campus. We also want to look at how safe our staff, our students, and our parents feel that our campuses are. I can't talk about this data here without giving a shout out to our safety and our security team, with Shay and Miguel and Nick, as well as SCR, incredible support to our campuses and our campus leaders, as it is a priority to keep everybody safe in our district. And so we are proud of our data. Again, we want everybody to feel safe, and so we still do have some work here, but excited to see that we are maintaining and continuing in the right direction in all of our areas here. We have talked a lot with our APs. Part of feeling safe and being safe and creating safe environments is preparedness. Having conversations, engaging in training, having roundtable conversations, APs collaborating has been an incredible part of this work and a reason why we're seeing an increase in our data here. I want to bring attention to our bond. Christina talked about that a little bit. All of these examples are on the website, but looking at our district-wide safety and security upgrades that were part of that 2023 bond, all of the details and specifics you can find on that bond website, but the addition of protective film, security cameras on our campuses, the strategic alert system that is in place on our campuses, additional panic buttons, fencing. There are lots of things that we have been able to add to our campuses for that sense of safety on all of our campuses district-wide, and you can learn more about those on our website. But lots of work done there from that bond project. Our next area is looking at student wellness, engagement, and belonging. So digging a little bit more into the acceptance and the belonging is about that physical and emotional well-being, overall engagement in schools, and that feeling of being accepted and valued here. We are excited across the board, except for a few dips in elementary. We'll definitely be digging into that, but still really, really great data here. Again, moving in the right direction from 23-24 in all of these areas. Some examples here about how we are promoting sense of positive physical and emotional well-being. We have many of our campuses engaging in kindness days. Kindness celebrations. An example is 4 Points in Canyon Ridge partnered to do a culture of kindness assembly. And so they brought in Denard Mitchell that really sent the message about the power of lifting each other up, valuing just the small act. And if you see something, say something and do something. Just a very simple message to help promote safety within our classroom settings. And there are examples of that across our system in Leander.
And in our ongoing efforts to improve our facilities and also provide our students with the modern tools and equipment that they need, we want to show several initiatives, including, again, playgrounds and shade covers, providing the same environment for all playgrounds to have that shade, and ensuring that safer outdoor space. Modernizations are something that we've started now with the previous bond, with 2023 bond, doing it a little bit differently now. That if you haven't walked into some of these campuses that have began these modernizations, it is a completely different learning environment that we're creating within an existing building with new finishes, new furniture, new equipment. And so it's really providing a reset to those campuses, and you can definitely tell and see the difference. And that's the great thing about the learning environment, that you can see it and you can feel it when you're in those different spaces. Science materials, again, updated science materials and laboratory equipment for that hands-on learning and deeper engagement with those scientific concepts, but also want to celebrate our technology group, Jason Miller and his team. You look at just the access to technology. There's 90% of students and 87% of parents confirm that technology and tools needed to support learning are readily available across the district. I think we should celebrate that. That is an incredible percentage, but it's because of the focus on technology. The Leander ISD initiative, that ensures that students have access to those personal digital devices, providing equal access to technology for learning at school, but also at home, which is very important. And then we have the interactive flat panels on all the campuses. I can't remember what Jason said this week, but I think it was like 3,400 panels were deployed since like the summer. And so a lot of work went into that, and you can see the really incredible work that even kindergartners are doing. They know this thing better than I do. And so it's really neat to see even our youngest learners being able to utilize this technology in the campus, something they've never had before in this district. And so it's a very innovative solution to that classroom technology.
Okay, so in closing this evening, our Community-Based Accountability Committee from this past year provided the following feedback that you see on the screen and the recommendations. And I believe with this 23-24 report that we were successful in each one of those. We did not check off the language needs to be parent-friendly, understandable for non-education. We felt like that was a perception, so we didn't feel like we could check that off. But our last bullet I want to call attention to was a recommendation and a desire by our committee from this past year, much like what we did with our community campus profiles that you saw at our last. This is an executive summary, and Board of Trustees, you have this in your packet. And this is also for our community, as it's accessible on our website. Again, it's just another way that we are really trying to provide that communication and that awareness to our community, but just in different formats, whether you're looking at our complete report, whether you're looking at the community campus profiles, or with our executive summary, that we invite our community to certainly partner with us. And this past Monday, we had the opportunity to engage with our Community-Based Accountability Committee for the 24-25 school year. Was our first meeting, and it's off to a great start. And so we only look forward to even bigger and better, and that continuous improvement model will always exist in Leander ISD. Thank you.
So I guess I don't know, comment, question? So it's slide 16. It kind of plays in both family engagement and equitable access. So slide 16, the identifying and measuring access enrolled in athletics, career technical education, or fine arts, grades 7 through 11. This is awesome. So I pulled up our 2019, 2020 equity graph. Y'all know I will always talk about that one. You see where the special education percentage is? We've completely thrown this out of the water. And I say this from speaking as a parent. In 2016, I tried to enroll my child who had an IEP, tried to enroll in an extracurricular activity, and we were denied. I look around now at our middle school. extracurricular activities, and it represents our student populations in ways it should.
So thank y'all for being intentional about that, because it has opened up doors for parents to see their kids excel and shine in ways, and we need that. And so there's something that needs to be said. So just thank y'all for being intentional behind those numbers and not being afraid to confront an issue and fix it. So thank you.
I have a question about slide 23, because it feels like I'm trying to make sure I'm hearing well and I'm listening well. We have our CSAC students come and they talk about stress and anxiety that they feel. And we see things like substance misuse going on. We hear about things like how do we keep our bathrooms in good shapes? And we're talking about how are students behaving in classrooms. I mean, there's all these different things that would make me think that there's something extra going on. And when I look at the feeling accepted and valued, granted, it is lower than physical well-being, but it still seems to me high. But I'm thinking, well, but wouldn't not feeling valued and accepted cause those things? How are students really doing emotionally, student wellness? Because there are symptoms that make me think we're missing something on student wellness. And so I'm saying, when I'm looking at this though, it sounds like we're doing great on student wellness. Can you tell me, because this is campus level, as you're digging into this, is there a disconnect in what, individual maybe student stories are, but the system as well, we have good student wellness going on? Or can you help add any more clarity on this measurement?
So I would say that is probably going to vary by campus. And vary by each individual student. Every student is going to bring something different, have different needs, have different strengths, have different celebrations. And so it is really our administration and our counselors on our team. It's important for them to know their students really well. We talk about relationship building all the time. One of the first things that Dr. Gearing said when he came in, it was about relationships, relationships, and relationships. And that's huge. And so our campuses are really working hard to be intentional about those relationships, know their students really well so that they're able to get students what they need. This is perceptual data from our students. And so they're telling us that they are, our data is moving in the right direction and they are feeling more accepted and valued. And I agree that if you're not feeling accepted and valued, then your physical well-being and your emotional well-being does decrease or can decrease. And so I think that this is about the intentionality of knowing students and responding and getting students what they need, and the partnerships among teachers and counselors and administrators and families to ensure that our students are feeling positive or getting them support that they need.
Thank you. I think I look at that data and we also see this increase in extracurricular activities, and you wonder what some correlations are there, because these are students that are involved. They're a part of a group, they have a social group and they have supports. And so I wonder if, we are moving the, there's additional things with their community and their parents and their friends and their school. But I think a big piece of it too is we're seeing this increase in student participation and extracurriculars, and I think being a part of something is really important, right? Thank you. That was great data. Christina, you said 80% is good and we really want to be great. I think 80% is great and we want to be like amazing, okay? Because 80%, that's great. That is great. So thank you all very much. And we will, I think we will move to our next item, which is 8C2. Consider approval of the purchase of attendance credit and delegation of authority to obligate the district.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing. Tonight we come to you and ask you to approve the district to purchase the attendance credits and to delegate the authority to the superintendent to do such. As you recall, in November of 2022, our community approved our attendance get my glasses on that one there. Our attendance credit election, here too referred to as a selection, which allowed us, and we selected option 3, which our voters approved, which is the most common option that districts select when they fall under what used to be called recapture or property wealthy. And so, if you recall, last year, we actually had to send monies back to the state. This year, because our recapture payment is a little bit lower, we will still have to send money back to the state, but it's actually going to be less than what our state funding is. And so we're asking, this allows us, we can select the box that allows us to just net that. And so we would just, they would just reduce the state funding by the amount that we would owe them, and then instead of us having to actually send cash back. But we are asking for that approval this evening for that resolution so we can submit that data to TEA. And if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
I move the Board of Trustees approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit for the 2024-2025 school year, and further move that the board delegate contractual authority to obligate the school district under Texas Education Code Section 11.1511C4 to the superintendent solely for the purpose of obligating the district under TEC Section 48.257 and TEC Chapter 49, Subchapters A and D, and the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education as authorized under TEC 49.006. This includes approval of the agreement for the purchase of attendance credits or the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit netting Chapter 48 funding.
Second. Francesca makes motion, Trish seconds. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. We will move over to item 8C3, consider approval of employee one-time lump sum payment resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. As you recall, on May 9th, when the board adopted our compensation plan for the current 24-25 year, we built into that plan, or that motion was that the district would come back and ideally be able to provide a one-time payment if certain conditions were met. Those conditions would not create a financial hardship for the district. The chief financial officer certifies defined parameters have been met, and then employee eligibility criteria. So basically, kind of saying that yes, the financial obligations is one-time payment. We do not believe it would create a hardship for the district. And as the chief financial officer, I get the opportunity to certify that certain parameters have been met. As you recall, we do have, the TEA recommends approximately 3 months or 25% as their optimum fund balance. For us, that's about $115 million. Our fund balance is in the mid-180s, so although we do have a deficit current budget, we do have ample fund balance and additional and above the minimum recommended fund balance amount, that if the board so chooses, they may choose to provide a one-time payment for our employees of $1,000 as the typical, what we're recommending for our full-time staff, $500 for part-time staff, and there's some other criteria fairly standard with what we've done in years past. So this is an exciting opportunity. Hopefully it's just as exciting for the Board of Trustees to be able to approve. We strive to be able to do this for our staff, and to help make this the best day for them as we can do. And so this will be on the December 20th pay right before we break for the holiday break. So if there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those as well.
I move the Board of Trustees approve a resolution of the Board of Trustees authorizing Leander ISD administration to execute a one-time lump sum payment to eligible employees in accordance with the criteria written in the resolution and outlined in the 2024-2025 compensation plan approved by the board during the May 9, 2024 Board of Trustees meeting.
Second.
Anna makes motion, Christine seconds. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. Next item is 8C4, consider approval of FY25 budget amendment number 4.
Tonight, we bring to you budget amendment number 4 for fiscal year 25. This budget amendment has the amount for the one-time payment, as well as increasing some revenues and expenses, balances out for some athletic fees that other districts have provided to participate.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve FY25 budget amendment number 4 as presented.
I second.
Trish makes motion, Anna seconds. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. Next item, 8C5, discussion and consider approval of a resolution to grant the superintendent the authority to continue wages for employees due to emergency closure of schools.
Well, no, I didn't. I just left, and then as you read it, I was like, wait a minute, that's mine. So my apologies. All right, so for those of you who are unaware, if you did not live in the southern part of our district, last Friday, there was a gas line break. And so we were asking, we basically had to close. A lot of our employees were not able to make it to work on late Friday night, as well as we closed the Vandergrift feeder pattern on Monday. And so we would like to pay those employees for those days. It was an event that was beyond their control. So as such, we are bringing to you a resolution that states that allowing the district to ensure that it's not a gift of public funds, that it meets a purpose to employee morale and help retain our employees from not having to not receive pay for a day that was beyond their control. So we're asking you to approve this resolution tonight, which allows the district to pay those any employee who was not called into work on Monday, and then if they were not able to make it to work on an evening shift on Friday.
I move the board adopt the resolution to continue wage payments to employees within the Vandergrift High School feeder pattern affected by the campus closures on the evening of October 18, 2024, and or on October 21st, 2024.
Second.
Anna makes motion, Trish second. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes.
Can I go now? Okay, all right.
That was our last item, and since we are not having a second close, so we are all done. So it is 11:02 p.m., and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.